watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Hope everyone had a nice and restful Thanksgiving. Maybe got to spend some extra time with family or friends or whatever the case may be. And as we kind of get back into the routine, at least for a few weeks here, we appreciate you joining us on this Monday. It is a busy Monday already. There's a lot going on today, and I want to let you know a little bit of what you can expect. It is 11 o'clock right now. Around 11:30, we are going to check in with Tim Walters for a Monday morning quarterback. A lot to talk about in the Florida football scene from the weekend. At every level, high school, college, pro, some coaching changes as well. We'll get into more of that because UF announcing their new coach. They're set to introduce John Sumrall later today at a news conference around 3:45 in Gainesville. So we'll have that live for you a little bit later today as well. Coming up at noon, we're going to be speaking with Mount Dora Police and the chief there about this investigation they conducted where they found dozens of illegally used handicap placards, people parking in those handicap parking spots, even though they weren't supposed to be. Investigators say this is a big problem and something that is, has a big impact on those who actually do need those parking spots, and certainly a big impact this time of year once the holiday shopping season really kind of gets up and going. One other big thing that we are tracking today and most of this week that we expect, this is a live look right now inside an Orange County courthouse where an evidentiary hearing going on right now for a convicted murderer who has been on death row for 50 years. This is the case of Tommy Zeigler, and this hearing is over the most recent DNA results from the 1975 crime scene. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz sets up for us a little bit more about the background of this case and what's being considered in court this week.
Good morning. That evidentiary hearing is supposed to happen at 9 this morning, and it is expected to go until the entire week. Now, Ziegler has spent the most time on death row in Florida state history at nearly 50 years, but he says he's innocent and did not commit the crime he is convicted of. Now, Ziegler has been convicted of murdering 4 people back on Christmas Eve in 1975. He murdered his wife, his in-laws, and a customer inside his family furniture store in Winter Garden. But Ziegler says he walked in on that robbery that day and was shot in the stomach while fighting off the real killer. His attorneys pushed for this hearing, saying that new DNA results could prove he's telling the truth. They say blood on Ziegler's shirt will show that he struggled with Charlie Mays, the customer who was also found dead that night. Now, again, that hearing is taking place at 9 this morning. We will have cameras in the courtroom, and we will bring you updates on what happens inside that courtroom. Reporting in downtown.
That was Amanda Ruiz earlier this morning. I want to get you live now inside this courtroom where we are hearing now from the prosecution speaking, giving some of their opening statements. We heard from the defense team earlier today. They outlined some of the evidence that you're going to be hearing, saying that all they have to prove is essentially the potential for a reasonable doubt. They want this evidence to basically throw out the conviction of this gentleman. Again, this is the prosecutor who is speaking right now, one of the members of the prosecution team. Let's go ahead and listen in here as he speaks right now live in an Orange County courtroom.
But he doesn't remember any of the details. And the only thing, and I'm getting a little bit into argument here, that I'd like to point out is if Mr. Jellison's testimony is true and there were gunshots fired after 9 p.m., sure, that might not be great for the state's case, but it's devastating for the defense's case. Because the defense's supposition at trial was that all the gunshots happened around the 7:30, 7:40 mark, somewhere in that range. But the state's theory at trial was that sometime between the time of 8:45 to 9:30, there's a gap there and we're not exactly sure what happened. Mr. Ziegler then beat Charles Mays to death and then inflicted a gunshot wound on himself. So if Mr. Jellison heard gunshots after 9 p.m., whose theory is that more consistent with? As to the other witnesses you're going to hear in today's case, now you are going to hear from Mr. Garcia. And a lot of what Mr. Hadley said at the beginning of today's hearing I mean, I respect his perspective, but that's not something we have to look at today's hearing. Because this was the exact same argument Mr. Hadley has been making for almost 50 years. It's the same argument he made in all of the post-conviction proceedings. The same arguments he's been making in front of the Florida Supreme Court. The same argument he made to the jury. And the jury didn't buy it. The jury didn't buy what Mr. Hadley was selling in 1976. And as these post-conviction proceedings have gone on, the courts have repeatedly looked at the claims that the defense team has made and said, even assuming all of what you're saying is true, that's not good enough to overturn his conviction. But now today, the defense doesn't get to assume anymore. They cannot assert into the ether that these things must be true. They have to back it up with evidence, they have to support it with admissible material, and they have to convince Your Honor not only that it's newly discovered evidence, but also that the nature of the evidence is so significant that it significantly undermines the confidence in the defendant's culpability. And that's a major problem in this case, because after you look at all the forensic evidence, there's simply nothing here for the defense to support their claims except supposition, assumptions, and speculation that have been carefully driven by a narrative from the beginning of these proceedings, and the decision on what to test, when to test it, and how to interpret the data has all been driven by this assumption. And you're going to hear from Ms. Cox. That's not how you do forensic analysis. So what about Mr. Garcia? He's emblematic of the problem with the defense's approach to this case, because you're going to hear from him. He hasn't done a bit of police work in the past 8 years. He retired back in 2018. And what's Mr. Garcia, their big expert on how bad the investigation was in 1976? What's he doing now? He's a restaurant manager. Now, I'm not knocking restaurant managers. They're good jobs. They do hard work. But that doesn't mean you're qualified to talk about an investigation that happened in 1976, particularly when you'll hear from Mr. Garcia. He didn't actually start working as a law enforcement officer until decades later. And Mr. Garcia is going to admit, the protocols change all the time. What is a protocol in Miami Beach Police Department, which is where Mr. Garcia worked, was not the same protocol that the Winter Garden Police Department and the Orange County Sheriff's Office had in 1976. Mr. Garcia doesn't even know what those protocols were. So all of the conclusions that Mr. Garcia has reached is not actually backed up by the evidence. And you're going to hear that when he testifies. So what are we left with at the end of the day? We're left with a series of assumptions about the nature of backspatter that aren't borne out by the forensic evidence, contrasting that with the state's theory of trial, which is that Charles Mays was beat to death. And what do we have? We have evidence that confirms the state's theory. And the only evidence where there is forensic support for the idea that there would be backspatter on the assailant, that spatter is on William Ziegler's clothing. And that's why we're going to ask this court at the end of this evidentiary hearing to follow the facts, dispose of all the assumptions, and affirm what the jury got right in 1976, that Tommy Zeigler did kill all 4 of those people. And now that we have the forensic evidence to confirm it, the defense does not have a leg to stand on.
Yes. All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Do you have a witness that you can put on this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
They were on the security line about 15 minutes ago.
So opening statements have wrapped up there. Again, that was the prosecution talking about how he believes the evidence points to what the jury found back in the 1976 in the original trial, and that led to the conviction of Tommy Zeigler, who is now 80 years old, now the longest serving death row inmate in Florida. It appears that they may be taking a bit of a break here you could see before everyone stood up that Tommy Zeigler sitting at the defendant's table in a wheelchair. He is inside the courtroom here. As I mentioned, 80 years old now. He was 30 years old at the time when his wife, in-laws, and a customer were killed inside his family's furniture store. So that is what we are watching in this trial, this new DNA evidence that his defense team says really calls into question what happened and shows that he's innocent. But we will see. Again, this hearing is expected to last for a week. That's how long they've kind of built out for it in court. So we will see what ends up happening with that. It appears they're taking a break before they call a first witness. We will keep an ear on that. But before we while we're still on the topic of Tommy Zeigler here, I do want to play for you just a few minutes of the defense and their opening statements. We heard from a couple of attorneys, one who really laid out in depth their theory here and some of what they are going to be calling, the witnesses they're going to be calling, the evidence that we're going to be seeing throughout this hearing. The first attorney who spoke said, he talked about the original case and representing Ziegler in the original trial back in 1976. So I want to play for you a few of those, some of the moments of that initial opening statement from earlier today. So this was just a little bit ago inside the courtroom.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. My name is Ralph V. Hadley III, also known to most people as Terry. There are two people in this courtroom that were here 50 years ago when this case was tried. Myself, I was trial counsel, and my client, Tommy Zeigler. The purpose of my statement this morning is to give you an encapsulation of that trial real quickly. I'm acutely aware that the court has read the transcript and studied the evidence, but a few comments we'd like to make to address the court as to the concept that we believe that the evidence will be put forth today will address. First of all, this is a circumstantial evidence case. There was no direct testimony by anybody that saw what happened or knew exactly what happened, except for the testimony of my client. What we had was a case where a young detective by the name of Don Fry, in my opinion, rushed to judgment and decided within a day or so that Tommy Zeigler was the person who committed these terrible crimes, these 4 murders, and quit looking at anything else and ignored evidence that pointed in other directions because it didn't fit with his concept of Tommy Zeigler's guilty, that we're going to go out and prove his guilt. In a circumstantial evidence case, of course, it's required the state prove everything to the exclusion of the defendant. Unfortunately, because we had a young, inexperienced detective, he focused on one thing, proving Tommy Zeigler guilty. He ignored the evidence that indicated that it might be somebody else. Throughout our case, we believe that Tommy was a victim, not a perpetrator. We think the evidence, had it been closely examined from the beginning by the state, would have shown otherwise. And that is things like, for instance, the key witness of the state was a gentleman by the name of Felton Thomas. Felton Thomas testified that he and Charlie Mays came to the store to pick up a television set and drove along the south side of the store and parked against a fence in the back of the store. The problem is, to drive alongside the store, you'd have to leap a 4-foot concrete block wall. There was no way to access where they parked from the storefront. Charlie Mays was a longtime customer of the store and knew that the parking was all out front. Instead, that night on Christmas Eve, he came around back through the motel, the Winter Garden Inn, and parked against a 6-foot chain link fence with no gate to enter into the property that was part of the Ziegler furniture store. Charlie Mays is 5'8". You don't go when you're 5'8", park in front of a fence that has no gate to pick up a television, perhaps something else in mind. This is the kind of evidence that was not investigated and followed up by the state during this to eliminate other things. So the question is, was Charlie Mays a victim or a perpetrator? We believe that the evidence that we will present tends to show more along the line of a perpetrator. Was Tommy Zeigler guilty or innocent? We believe that the evidence that we will be presenting and my colleagues will be presenting show the other way, that Tommy Zeigler was an innocent man, and the circumstantial evidence proving his innocence was overlooked ignored by the state. For example, the state insisted on shipping off all of the fingerprints to the FBI in Washington, D.C. The FBI expert came back and said, off all the guns and this kind of thing, no prints that can positively identify someone. Then Orange County, because they didn't get what they wanted, instructed that those prints be dissolved and thrown away, destroyed. The FBI expert said at trial, yes, they were destroyed of no positive identification. However, I could have used them to eliminate people. That is, I can't say it's your fingerprint, but I tell you it's not your fingerprint. This was the kind of rush to judgment that we saw in this trial. During the trial itself, which lasted almost a month, and then the jury went out and stayed out for 3 days debating it, we had a hotly contested case with a judge whom I thought was prejudiced. That's my view as the defense counsel. But I'd never tried a case for almost a month where I had a single objection sustained by the court, every objection overruled. And when the jury was out 3 days, there was a juror who was apparently a holdout. The judge, without consulting counsel or defense, at least as far as I know, arranged for Valentine to be brought in and administered to this court to change her vote. The jury came back unanimously recommended in prison. The judge overruled the recommendation and gave the death penalty, again, in my opinion, demonstrating the bias of the court throughout this case. I think the evidence that we will be presenting and my colleagues will be outlining for you in a short time indicates that they got the wrong person. Tommy Zeigler was not a perpetrator. He was a victim. In the store that night, there were 5 people that were shot. My client, Tommy Zeigler, was one of them, and you'll be hearing about his bullet wound and how it happened. He was the only survivor. He was a victim, not a perpetrator. We believe the evidence will convincingly show this court that that's the case. And I want to thank Your Honor for this 50 years I've been fighting this case, that we have finally gotten the chance to present this evidence to the court. And I'm very grateful, and I know Mr. Ziegler is, to this court for agreeing to hear our evidence and allow us to present it to you. Thank you, Your Honor.
And that was just moments ago. I'll give you another live look right now inside the courtroom. Again, we are waiting for the first witness to be called. Unclear how many witnesses we may hear from this week, but if it's any indication, it sounds like we're going to hear from quite a few based on what we heard today during the opening statements of the defense and the prosecution. Again, this evidentiary hearing is expected to last about a week. Now, the execution of Ziegler has been delayed multiple times by appeals. As you heard a little bit, the jury did recommend life in prison for him, but the trial judge ended up overruling that and imposing 2 death sentences for Ziegler in this case. He has long maintained his innocence, and his defense has said that he walked in on a robbery. That's why you heard his defense attorney talking about him being another victim in this. And their point is hopefully saying that their point that they are hoping to make is that this new DNA evidence, the recent tests of that DNA evidence, shows that he is innocent. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but I do want to go ahead and give you this live look again. Our feed came back up inside the courtroom, and that is Tommy Zeigler right now. Again, 80 years old. You can see rather frail inside that wheelchair, being wheeled back into the courtroom for this evidentiary hearing as this break gets ready to come to an end and we get ready to hear from our first witness. So we are going to keep monitoring this hearing throughout the day, throughout the week. Here on Fox 35 News Plus, we'll get you back inside this courtroom again as the convicted murderer who has been on death row the longest in the state of Florida is really seeing his last chance at freedom this week with this evidentiary hearing. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, it is hard to believe. You just said a minute ago before we came on that it is December 1st. And I was like,
yes.
You're right, it is, but it still just blows my mind.
It's amazing. Well, I think part of it is that it's the meteorological start to the winter season. That spans the entire months of December, January, and February. Not to be confused with the one you see on your calendar, the astronomical start, which is the winter solstice, December 21st. But here in Florida, winter is more of a thought experiment.
Right. It's just a construct.
It's going to be 80 today. It's just, is anything in the world real? Yes, well, this is real. We've got some real changes ahead. Here's a live view at the beach right now, a beautiful shot from Daytona, where temperatures are warming up, and we're going to see temps there reaching about 76, 78 degrees for the high. A little bit farther inland in Orlando, we should reach 80 degrees by 3 o'clock, and then cool down by commute time into the mid-70s, and then upper 60s by dinner time. So not a bad day today. Temperatures running about 4 or 5 degrees warmer than normal. As far as forecast highs around the region, we'll top out about 77 in Gainesville and 83 in Winter Haven. Now there may be a couple of stray showers around. That's thanks to the presence of this cold front, which will be parked right over Central Florida, and it may provide a little bit of a focus mechanism for a little shower activity, but it's a pretty weak front. Its greater function will be that it creates a train track in the sky for an area of low pressure in the Gulf to move along. And that'll represent a chance for rain tomorrow for the Panhandle and for Central Florida, much needed rain. And it will represent the beginnings, the seeds of a significant nor'easter heading into New England and New York and Pennsylvania. That's because an upper level system in Colorado, you can see there that plume of snow, will combine forces with this thing to really ramp it up. So if you're traveling today, and a lot of people are, because it's the weekday after Thanksgiving weekend, people are hitting the road and hitting the skies. We're going to have some rain from New Orleans to Houston, and look at the sharply cooler temperatures. Just 50 today in Houston, just 38 in Memphis. Meanwhile, we're going to be sitting here with the warmest weather in the country. Now, as far as that system goes, low pressure will be moving eastward, and in doing so bring really heavy rain to Atlanta this evening and tonight. That could result in flight delays and cancellations. Heavy snow developing from Chicago to Cleveland, a good 2 to 4 inches in a pretty good swath of that region. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to see that low pressure working toward the Delmarva Peninsula, and that'll bring heavy rain to the coastal hubs like New York, Providence, Boston, and a lot of wind, which in itself will result in delays and no doubt cancellations. There will be a wintry component to this in interior New England and New York, where upwards of 8 to 10 inches of snow could fall. And then it's going to be followed by an Arctic blast coming into the Midwest for the middle of the week. You know, Iowa may not get out of the single digits for highs, and at night, 15 to 20 degrees below zero. That's pretty wild stuff for Iowa. That after all the snow. So the snow forecast featuring a good 2 to 4 inches for Chicago to Buffalo, and then higher amounts on the lee of the Great Lakes with a little lake effect enhancement. This would be a classic situation for the Northeast where the Cape, Providence, Hartford, New York, Boston doesn't really see much, but once you get a little inland, especially west of 495 and north of the Pike in Massachusetts, a good 6 to 8 inches could fall with higher amounts as you get into the Berkshires, southern Vermont, and the White Mountains. So it's the first real snowy nor'easter that the Northeast will see, but regardless of a lot of rain and wind, there's going to be a lot of delays. And the problem is that it's such a huge hub for our East Coast flights in and out of Orlando. So even if you're flying, say, tomorrow from Orlando to Phoenix, if your flight's originating from the Northeast, it could be delayed or canceled. So just keep that in mind. We're going to have some ripple effects, unfortunately, in our airport here, which is why we're focusing on the Northeast. Of course, also people have friends and family up there. And a lot of people in Florida enjoy the pastime of the favorite part of winter, watching it on TV. So they're just watching it on TV. All right, for us, we're going to look ahead to that front coming through. That same front bring all the rain and snow to the Northeast. That'll bring a cold front to our region tomorrow. And that's going to result in some scattered showers and maybe a clap of thunder between noon and 2 p.m. in Orlando, and then between 2 and 5 p.m. in Brevard and Osceola counties. Doesn't look like anything strong, but there may be a little bit of lightning out of this one. Otherwise, humble rainfall totals. And we need some rain, especially across our Gulf Coast, and most especially across the Panhandle, where it's not just an extreme drought, it's an exceptional drought. That's the worst kind. And they're going to need about 2 feet of rain to recover. But of course, if you get that kind of rain, it causes massive flooding. So it's good to have it in doses. While Orlando is not in a drought, the good news is that we're going to have regular intervals of some rain rolling through between now and the middle of December, focusing primarily on those drought-stricken regions. So here's a look at forecast rain between now and the 15th of December, where between 4 and 7 inches could fall, maybe up to 10 inches, right where they need it most. Meanwhile, in Orlando, it'll be more like a ½ inch to an inch of rain total. If you add up all the systems, there could be 3 or 4 separate systems rolling through Central Florida as well as North Florida. So let's talk 7-day forecast. In the near term, while it is the first day of meteorological winter, it's not going to feel like it. 80 today, 81 tomorrow, and then a little cooler on Wednesday. 72 will be the high, and then we'll warm things back up into the 80s for the weekend ahead with another chance for some rain. It looks like especially into Sunday. So yeah, December 21st is when we officially have the winter solstice, Garrett. That's when the northern hemisphere tilts farthest away from the sun at 23.5 degrees. And so we have the shortest days of the year.
All right, but I am glad to see the 70s and 80s. I was in North Carolina for the Thanksgiving holiday,
Yes.
and so it was cold there, so we stepped off the plane yesterday, and I was like, this is much better.
Isn't that nice? It's like the sweet embrace of Florida. You're like, oh yeah, I like it here.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett. My pleasure.
And someone else will see if they like it here, and the weather is John Sumrall, who has been hired as the new University of Florida Gators head football coach. He'll be introduced at a news conference later today, 3:45 in Gainesville. We will be there. We will bring that to you live here on Fox Local. We are going to take a quick break right now, and we'll be right back after this to talk a little football on our Monday morning quarterback segment. So keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let's talk a little football here and take a look back at a busy football weekend at the high school, college, and professional levels here in Florida. That means we've got a lot of standouts to look at, and also something that has a scratch in our head. It is time for our Monday morning quarterback segment. For that, we bring in Tim Walters, who is the sports editor for the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today. And Tim, always good talking football with you. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
All right, I appreciate it as always, Garrett. Thank you for having me on.
Now, I do want to start and get your thoughts. We know you are a Florida Gator, and the UF football team announcing their new head coach today, bringing in John Sumrall from Tulane. Just want to get your initial reaction and your thoughts on that hire.
Yeah, and this was certainly not something that just kind of happened overnight. I think that, within the last week and a half or so, as it was looking like Lane Kiffin was not going to be the next head coach for the Gators because LSU, I think, put together something that was, much more less refusable from them, I guess you could say. So now they're going to the group of 5 for their second consecutive head coaching hire, which is what they also did for Billy Napier, plucking him from Louisiana. Now, look, on the surface, what John Sumrall has done at Tulane looks very good. How it will translate to the SEC, I guess we have yet to see. There were some really good candidates out there. Ultimately, it sounds like some of them they just weren't going to land. Some of them re-signed long range deals with the schools that they were already at, and then one, including Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State, looks like he's going to stay there at least one more year because it sounds like he might be waiting out the Florida State job. We'll see what happens with Mike Norvell. But for now, John Sumrall, as Gators, we're positive. We know he has an innovative offense, and like I said, he's done some really good things at Tulane. So, excited. There's a lot of mystery behind it, and you just hope that maybe he can be the one that rises from the group of five and gets the Gators back to where they're going to be. Now, will DJ Lagway be the quarterback there? Boy, Lagway said he'd be open to returning. We had reported that at the Gainesville Sun. But we'll see what happens there. Jaden Baugh, let's make sure that he doesn't leave Florida. I don't know what they got. Let's make sure he doesn't bolt for a contender like Trevor Etienne did a few years ago. So a lot for Sumrall to come in and take over and do. We end the season on a positive note, beating Florida State, and a lot of question marks as to what's coming next.
Yeah, that's a good point. A lot of questions. If there's always been a lot of question marks when a new kind of head coach administration comes in, but in this day and age, it just sparks so many with the transfer portal, how easy it is to kind of move teams. So we'll see. It's going to be a start of what I'm sure is going to be a busy time for that incoming staff.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, there were a lot of people on the fire Scott Strickland bandwagon this weekend, the athletic director at, Florida. But what people forget, Strickland is also the athletic director that helped deliver a national championship in basketball last year. So yes, football is incredibly important. It's still the biggest moneymaker, but Strickland's doing a good job in other places. And hey, what we'll see, this John Sumrall hire could be the thing that eventually makes or breaks it. But then if UF basketball repeats, sometimes that's the salve that cures all wounds. So we'll also keep an eye on what goes on with their athletic director.
All right, that's a good point there. Now let's jump into our standouts from the weekend. I know quite a few impressive high school performances that I know you want to highlight. Tim, who we got?
Yeah, we had the region finals this past Friday, and now coming up, we've got the final four for the state semifinals. I kind of broke it up this week. I went with offense, defense, and teams to spotlight because there were so many good things happening around the state. And we're going to start with a Florida commit. Hopefully he'll continue to be a Florida commit after the coaching hire. But his name is Justin Williams. He is a wide receiver at Buchholz. Now, he had an incredible game the other night. He took one of the big plays. He took a wildcat snap that he took 38 yards for the game-winning touchdown in a 27-20 win over Mandarin, which is from Jacksonville, Buchholz being in Gainesville. The touchdown at the time made it 25-20, and then they do a Philly special where the receiver turns into the quarterback, and he throws it out to the quarterback. Familiar name, Trent Whittemore. That's the younger brother of the former Florida Gators player. And that put them up 27-20. And William, in that fourth quarter alone, rushed for 96 yards, 2 touchdowns, and threw the 2-point conversion. He finished with 120 total rushing yards and the 2 touchdowns. So great job to that young man at Buchholz, Justin Williams.
Yeah, and you got a couple standouts from Reigns as well.
Yeah, let's check out Zion Butler. He caught 2 touchdown passes for Reigns. He moved it to first place all time on the school's receiving list. And if you know the history and how good Reigns has been for a long time, that's a heck of an accomplishment there for Zion Butler. They won 61-15 over Bishop Kenny, which is right there in the Jacksonville area as well in the 1-3A region final. Also want to give a shout out to his quarterback, TJ Cole there at Reigns. He threw 4 touchdown passes and surpassed the 100 passing touchdowns total for his career. So great job there by both Zion Butler and TJ Cole of Reigns as they head to the Final Four.
All right, and who is our defensive standout from the other side of the ball at the high school level?
Yeah, I love to talk about these defensive guys. And we got a guy named Reese Beck who goes to Ponte Vedra High in St. Johns County there. He had 2.5 sacks, a forced fumble, and he helped Ponte Vedra defeat Daytona Beach Mainland, which is a really good school, 27-20. And now Ponte Vedra is in the state semifinals. They've won 9 games in a row. So that big forced fumble, which led to a touchdown. So Reese Beck getting it done, 2.5 sacks, just pressuring the Mainland quarterback all night in a big region final win there.
And a couple of standout performances from teams that you have singled out here.
Yeah, right here on Florida's Space Coast, where I'm located, Cocoa High School defeated Bradford 17-10 up in Bradford, and they've now made it to the state Final Four. Are you ready for this? 19 consecutive seasons. Now, Garrett, I'll tell you why I feel old about that. I was covering Cocoa the first time they made it to a state semifinal way back in 2007. And if memory serves me, they lost to Godby, I believe, in that state semifinal. But then in 2008, they made it back to they made it to the state championship game, and it was the first of 3 in a row for Cocoa. So they won 2008, 2009, 2010. They won another state title in 2016. And if they can win their game this week against a team from Sarasota, then they will head to the state championship for the 5th consecutive year. They didn't win the first one. They've won 3 in a row in 22, 23, and 24. So if they can win this game this upcoming Friday night, then they are looking to make it to their 5th in a row and their 4th state championship win if they can pull it off. The other team I'd like to spotlight, this is down in Fort Myers, Riverdale High School. Here's a great one. They defeated Manatee 28-26 to advance to the state semifinals for the first time in school history. And that goes all the way back to 1970. So they are in a Final Four for the first time ever, and it's taken them, 55 years to get here. So congratulations to Riverdale High. We'll see if maybe they can make it to their first state championship, and we'll be watching with great interest there this Friday.
Yeah, opposite ends of the spectrum there. A first-time appearance, and then by all appearances, a dynasty in Cocoa. So some impressive performances and a lot of excitement, at all these schools as we are now kind of in that Final Four. So we will see what happens there. Now, talk to us about the college level. What stands out to you from this Florida football weekend in the NCAA?
Yeah, and how can I not go with Jaden Baugh, who Florida State, I think if they had 14 people on the field, they wouldn't have been able to stop him. 38 carries, 266 yards, and 2 touchdowns. The impressive part about this whole thing was his long run of the day was only 22 yards. So he was doing this chunk at a time. He averaged 7 yards per carry. And if you do the math on that, every 2 runs, you've got another first down. And Florida had a lot of them. They had 26 first downs in beating Florida State 40-21. Obviously, I was very happy about that result on Saturday night. My wife, who is a Seminole, who I gave a birthday shout out last week, was sad because she graduated from Florida State. So, every year we go back and forth on this thing. The Gators have now won 2 in a row. But if you go back before that, the Seminoles had won, I believe, 3 in a row before that. But Jaden Baugh, just what an incredible game. 266 yards. And like I said, I really hope that the Gators do everything they can to keep him in Gainesville, because in this age of the transfer portal, people kind of can leave on a whim. But Jaden Baugh, he also returned a kick, by the way, in the second quarter, 29 yards. Why they have him in kick return coverage is a little surprise. But, sometimes you do what you got to do against your rival. I also have an honorable mention, though, that I want to throw out there, Garrett, because Malachi Toney, here's a guy who's just had a whale of a season for the Miami Hurricanes. 13 receptions, 126 yards, and a touchdown, and he got to throw the ball not once but twice, and one of those was completed for a 9-yard touchdown. Miami dominated Pitt 38-7, and now all of us in the state going to be interested to see what happens with this whole thing with Miami and Notre Dame. They're both 10-2 teams. Notre Dame's constantly been ranked ahead of Miami in the CFP. Neither of them will be in a conference championship because Notre Dame isn't in a conference, and Miami will not be going to the ACC title game. But they're both 10-2, and with neither playing in a conference game, they make the announcement Sunday. Miami beat Notre Dame straight up. So I don't like the Hurricanes. I'm a Gator, as you heard, but I really do think it would be incredibly unfair if they put Notre Dame in and leave Miami out. CFP doesn't seem to be kind, Garrett, to teams in the state. If you look at what happened to UCF in 2017, if you look at what happened to FSU in 2023, now will they do it to Miami? So great interest we'll be watching with this weekend.
Yeah, going to be watching that closely, and I you can't fault Hurricanes fans if they end up getting snubbed here for being frustrated, especially after Miami really made a statement with that win on Saturday over Pitt.
Yeah, and their losses aren't bad, and they were both very small losses to Louisville and SMU, two very good teams. So, like I said, if Notre Dame makes it in and Miami doesn't, I think that people certainly have a right to be upset. Of course, they're talking about expanding this thing to 16 teams anyhow, but that doesn't help us this year.
Right. Now let's talk about the NFL and who stands out for you from Florida's professional teams.
Yeah, we're going to start out with the Jacksonville Jaguars and Josh Hines Allen. This guy was an absolute menace this weekend. I feel so bad for Cam Ward. He had no shot. Hines Allen had 2 sacks. He had 3 quarterback hits. He had 7 quarterback pressures. It was like every time Cam Ward looked up, there was a monster wearing number 41 running at him. And the Jaguars absolutely dominated the Titans, as they should have. They win 25-3, and that helps them move to 8-4. The Indianapolis Colts lost. They fall to 8-4, and the Jaguars currently hold the tiebreaker. But this will all be settled this weekend as they both play in Jacksonville. And I think that's going to be a really entertaining game to watch. Both teams are surprise teams this year. But, just looking at you got to give the advantage to Jacksonville this weekend. They have not lost to the Colts in Jacksonville since 2014. So that is 10 straight home wins against the Colts. And this week at Jacksonville.com, the home of the Florida Times-Union's website, I have a story that I wrote looking at that history between the Titans and the Colts and the Jaguars. This being their 49th meeting, and then they meet again December 28th will be their 50th meeting. And I give you kind of the breakdown of some of the numbers. And no surprise, Peyton Manning absolutely dominated the Jaguars, played them 19 times as a Colt and went 14-5. So the Jaguars were very happy when he left Indianapolis. But great game to look for, 1 p.m. But, it's still highlighting Josh Hines Allen, who was slow to start the season, but he's been having a heck of a second half so far.
I love the description of him as a menace in that game. That is the perfect, I think, description of that performance. You also highlighted the Dolphins running back, who I feel like we have talked about time and time again in these segments for the season he's had.
I tell you what, if let's say they go on some sort of run and get a wild card spot or even are anywhere near it, they should build a statue to Devon Achane, because that team was so bad, yet he continues to do wonderful things. And this past weekend against the Saints, runs 22 times, 134 yards and a touchdown. They helped the Dolphins beat the Saints 21-17, a little closer than you want to see against Tyler Shuck and the Saints. But, the Dolphins have won 3 in a row, 4 of 5. They are being lifted out of the ashes right now, and they have a pretty easy schedule the rest of the way. So if the Dolphins can take care of business, who knows? Maybe they can get themselves into that wild card contention. I know it's a little pie in the sky right now, but hey, anything can happen in the NFL, and it's all because Devon Achane just continues to be an absolute workhorse for that team, because Tua just hasn't been very good, and props to their defense for holding them in that game as well.
Yeah, they've figured out some ways, like you said, just to kind of hang around, and we'll see what happens now. That would be something, because who would have thought that we would be talking about them even having that chance at this point. All right, now what's got you scratching your head after this weekend, Tim?
Yeah, and Seminoles fans aren't going to want to hear this, but what's happened to Florida State? How did you get here? In 2023, you're undefeated. Sadly, Jordan Travis gets injured. You still find a way to win the ACC championship. They leave them out of the Final Four with the CFP, as I mentioned a little bit ago. They get absolutely obliterated by Georgia because nobody played in that game. I think they had 25 players opt to sit out or something crazy like that. Last year, they're 2-10. They come into this year, you see them beat Alabama, and you're like, oh, here we go. Florida State's back. Then they're just terrible midseason especially. They go 5-7. They miss a bowl. They're stuck with Mike Norvell. I mentioned that Kenny Dillingham is somebody who would love to get a hold of this job, but they can't get rid of Norvell. Why? That buyout is over $58 million. And if you add in his coaches, guys like Gus Malzahn, who are very highly paid assistants, they'd have to pay out more than $80 million to this staff, and they just don't want to do that. So, they've already announced they're going to keep him for one more year. Their collective doesn't have that type of money stuffed in the mattress right now to quite get rid of Mike Norvell. So, we'll see what happens there, but it's unfortunate for Florida State fans because just 2 years ago, you have so much promise, and now you find yourself in such a big hole. And like I said, $80 million in buyouts needed. But you know what? Powerball $740 million this week. Maybe they'll buy a ticket, hit it, and can buy themselves a new coach.
You know what? You might have some Seminoles fans pooling their money together to do that now that you've given them that idea.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, Garrett, if you want to Venmo me a few bucks, I'll go get us some tickets afterward.
All right, add to the fund. We'll see what we can do. Tim Walters, the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today. Always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us to do a little Monday morning quarterback in here today.
All right. Thank you so much, Garrett. Have a good week.
You too. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm going to get you back inside this hearing, evidentiary hearing for Tommy Zeigler. Hearing some testimony right now from someone who it appears did some...
did you apply your best professional judgment?
Additional testing on some of the samples here. So let's go ahead and listen back in.
I did. Did anyone tell you the theory of their case and ask you to recommend tests to support it?
No.
Did anyone tell you the theory of their case and tell you not to recommend testing of anything?
No.
And during the course of your work, did you have communications with the parties in this case?
Yes, we had regular bi-monthly meetings with the legal team as well as the state prosecutor's office and Kirsty and myself to make sure that everyone was on the same page, to get regular updates on the progress of the work that was being done, the status of everything, so everyone was on the same page during the entire time.
And did you, was it open to anyone on those calls to make suggestions about what to test?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go back to your bloodstain spatter analysis. Would you describe for the court, please, how you went about it in this instance after you received the evidence? What did you do?
Each item was removed from the evidence vault. It was photo documented for its packaging, its evidence integrity for the items. It was then taken out and photographed more for photo documentation of the condition of the items. Then it was inventoried with regard to brand, size, color, whatever the item was, and then various close-up photographs of the various blood stains were made. I also made hand-drawn diagrams and measurements and things such as that in my bench notes as documentation. All of that was done for each and every item that was submitted for examination. For those spots that I determined would be likely for DNA examination and identification, I would discuss that with Christy so that she would be on the same page, and I provided her with my bench notes so that we were all working together.
And did you examine the pieces of evidence for blood spatter?
I examined numerous items for blood stain pattern analysis, yes.
And did you also perform some chemical testing to confirm whether stains were in fact blood?
Yes. Most of the stains I tested chemically to determine that they were consistent with blood. Like I said, there were a few of them where I didn't want to consume them because of their minute size.
And did you prepare reports of the work that you did?
I did.
And we have put in front of you what has now been entered into evidence as Exhibit 2, the April 17 report. Do you have that in front of you?
Judge has it.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So did you prepare that report yourself?
I did.
And is that your signature on the page 16 of that report?
It is.
And it also states reviewed by Alex Taflia. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Who is Alex Taflia?
He is a colleague and senior forensic scientist that conducted the technical review on this report.
And what is involved in the preparation of a technical review?
A technical review involves looking at all of my photographs, my bench notes, my conclusions to ensure that they are in proper alignment, that things make sense. If I forgot anything, that'll be pointed out. If I missed anything, that will be pointed out. It's just to make sure that there's an accurate and proper documentation of all the analytical conclusions that are made and that they're supported.
And is that a required practice at FACL for you to submit your report to a second reviewer before it's issued?
That is part of our quality assurance program at Forensic Analytical Crime Lab, yes.
Okay, and does Defendant's Exhibit 2 contain your observations with respect to the blood spatter on the evidence that you reviewed?
Yes.
And how many pieces of evidence did you review? Do you recall?
There were approximately 50.
And your observations are written in this report?
Yes.
And I don't see any reference in these reports to your recommendations as to what ought to be further tested with DNA testing. Did you include that in this report?
They are not. That was just discussions with Christy and myself.
All right. I'm not going to go through all of this report, but I just want to cover a couple of your conclusions. Maybe I'll start with Eunice Ziegler. You divided your observations between the clothing of the 4 people involved. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'd like to look at the conclusions on Eunice Ziegler for item 89. What was item 89?
I'm referring to the report. Item 89 was a black and gray herringbone wool type winter over.
We are hearing more testimony about some of the additional tests that have been conducted on pieces of evidence, more than 50. You heard pieces of evidence that this gentleman conducted and looked at in this investigation. Again, Tommy Zeigler, now 80 years old. He's been on death row for 50 years, and we will see what happens with this recent DNA tests that the defense team hopes can get his conviction overturned. So we are going to be monitoring this throughout the day today and also throughout the week. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this, so keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is noon now, and we appreciate you joining us. We got 1 hour down. We still have 3 hours to go, and we appreciate you joining us here on this busy Monday after the holiday weekend. We are learning more about this traffic enforcement detail, this handicap placard enforcement detail in Mount Dora. that resulted in 30 handicap placards recovered that police say were being used illegally. And they say this is just a sign of a big problem across the area here. And so joining us to talk some about their enforcement efforts and what they want people to know about that. We've got a couple of Mount Dora officers. We've got Keith Vidler and Ariel D'Angelillo joining us live now from the Mount Dora Police Department. And good afternoon, officers. We appreciate your time here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for having us.
So first, just talk to us a little bit about this handicap placard enforcement detail and what all went into it and kind of how that operation went down.
Of course. So we're with the traffic unit. I'm Officer D'Angelo. This is Keith Vidler. The purpose of the detail was to enforce a historically issue that people face during the holidays, which is the abuse of the handicap spot. So people are parking there when they do not have the placard assigned to them to park in that space.
And why is that so serious? Why is that such a problem?
It's a problem because it's actually a criminal offense per Florida state statute. We were actually handing out a piece of paper that went into detail of the seriousness of the offense, which they could have been arrested and taken to jail. But during this detail, we actually charged them with not having a placard assigned to them, which was not arrestable.
Are people aware that it is so serious, that it is an arrestable offense like that, or what do they tell you when you kind of confront them on this?
I would say the average person was not informed on the seriousness of the action of using somebody else's placard. That's why the pamphlet and informing the public was a priority.
And so with an operation like this, I know he says, 80 traffic stops, 30 handicap placards recovered. Just kind of walk me through what this operation looked like when you were out at these locations and kind of how it worked.
Yeah, so it was actually, we had over 70 plus citations issued for each stop. So we did 80 stops, over 70 plus citations issued. Some people had disabled veteran parking tags on the car, so we couldn't seize the tag. So when you approach somebody, you would simply ask them, who does this handicap placard belong to? On the placard, there is a sticker with your driver's license and as well as the date of birth of the person it's assigned to. So essentially, we have to determine, is this placard assigned to that person?
And it seems like what you found is that this is pretty widespread. It seems that it is being used in ways that they're not always supposed to be.
Correct. I would say that the average person thinks that the placard is assigned to the car, which is not the case. That was something that I had to explain to several people, is that this placard is specifically assigned to that person with their specific disability.
So you went to Walmart and Target. Are these areas that you commonly see this happening throughout the year?
It occurs all over. It occurs at your normal convenience store. It occurs at pretty much anywhere there's a handicap parking spot. The reason we were at Target and Walmart was because that was the largest number of disability parking spots. And due to the holidays, we knew there was going to be a large number of people coming to those locations. So we picked those two areas because of the volume that was going to be there.
You also talk about this being something that is, especially this time of year, holiday shopping. And is this something that you typically see an increase in this type of year? Do you have, is this something that you do often, that you have kind of numbers to compare?
Well, for the city of Mount Dora, the traffic unit was recently established. So as part of our mission, we're here to make Mount Dora a safer place. So the handicap detail was basically the stepping stone into future operations such as this.
And what is your message to people about why this is something they should not do?
Everybody has some sort of a disability. It doesn't give you the right to, lie and try to portray it as your own. So we just recommend people, if you do have a disability, just do the proper steps, go to the DMV, get that placard, get it assigned to you.
Is this something that people can file a complaint over or reach out if they believe that someone is using one of these placards illegally?
We actually have to physically see it being used. It has to occur in our presence. So the stores can call us and file a complaint saying, hey, we believe our handicap spots are being unlawfully used. Can you guys come and enforce it? And we will. But we actually have to physically see it being abused.
We have also heard and seen some reports that people will sell some of these placards online. Is that something that y'all see as a way, just another way that these are abused?
I personally haven't seen that. We have, matter of fact, Officer Ariel here uncovered where they were selling fake insurance cards and fake temp tags. She did a great traffic stop and uncovered fraud there, and it was turned over to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and they investigated it and uncovered the people that were doing that. So I'm sure this is another area that they need to look at.
And so I would imagine, like you said, with the recently created traffic enforcement unit there, this is just the beginning of some of what y'all are going to be looking into. What do you want people in Mount Dora to know?
I would want the people to know that we're out here making a difference. We're thinking about how to make the city a better place as it is growing. That's the whole mission of the traffic unit, is to identify areas of concern that, can be improved.
Did it shock or surprise you at all to see some of the numbers that you did, that you got once you started conducting this operation?
Yes, it was astounding to see how many people were actually abusing it, and it's just a good feeling to know that we're out there making a difference.
And what is your message? I know you said part of this is education, making sure people know how serious this is and why you're doing what you're doing. What was your message, and what did you tell people?
We were just out there educating people. The citation is the repercussion of their actions, and that's something that we like to hit home to people, is that the citation is going to change the bad behavior. So, although we are issuing a citation, it's in hopes of correcting the actions.
And just to let you know, the parking citation is a $183 fine. We could have handled it three ways. One, we could have physically arrested the person. We could have issued them a citation under the city ordinance, which was a $250 fine. Or we just issued the cheapest route, was a $183 fine for not having a placard. Because, we figured it was more educational and a fine, and that was the cheapest way to go, and without arresting somebody.
$183, still a pretty substantial fine, though. You think that gets the message across?
We hope it does.
Will you be conducting more of these operations throughout the holiday season?
Yes, that is the goal. That's the plan. We want to get more police departments involved, mutual aid, other officers that are interested in helping out.
And I would imagine this is something that folks in Mount Dora who need these placards, who use these, who need those parking spots open. I would imagine this is something they are grateful to see from you.
Yeah, we had a lot of positive feedback when we were out there. People were coming up to us and they realized what we were doing, and they realized that, wow, these people are identifying a problem that, really impacts us on a day-to-day basis. So it was a really good time to see people coming up to us.
Officers Keith Vidler and Ariel D'Angelillo with the Mount Dora Police Department, we appreciate the work you do every day, and we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to let you know we are continuing to monitor the Tommy Zeigler hearing going on right now in Orange County. I do want to take you to a virtual news conference from just a little bit ago where we heard from some leaders with the Florida's House Democratic Caucus. The minority leader, Fentrice Driscoll, taking some questions, talking about a number of issues, including redistricting, which has been a big topic. Also, property tax proposals with the work that went on in Tallahassee with the committee just a week or so ago. Social media restrictions for minors, a number of topics that came up today as she spoke with reporters just a little bit ago.
So at the top of this, I'd love to talk about redistricting because the House will hold its first redistricting committee meeting this week. And I want to be clear. The only reason that this is happening is because Donald Trump wants to rig the 2026 midterms for Republicans. He wants to stop Americans from having their votes hold his administration accountable for their bad decisions that are hurting families. Any attempt to draw new maps in Florida right now is a direct response to the president's pressure to stack the deck before the midterms, and that is illegal in Florida. The Fair Districts amendments to the Florida Constitution outlaw drawing maps to benefit one party over another. Redistricting decides who represents us in our government, a process that must serve the people, not politicians. This isn't something that the people asked for. This is just the swamp-like, cynical behavior that people hate about politics. Florida doesn't have to do this, period, full stop. Unfortunately, the Republican politicians that control Florida's government have shown no sign that they're going to listen to the people, respect our Constitution, but they seem willing to do whatever Donald Trump tells them to do. They aren't saying much yet because it's hard to defend redrawing our maps just because one man asked to do it. But other Republicans in states are speaking out against this scheme. For example, Indiana Republican State Senator Greg Walker accused the White House of violating federal law by trying to pressure them into redrawing their map specifically to benefit congressional Republicans. He said that changing the maps now would be selling out to political pressure from the White House. Senator Walker also said, "I know right from wrong. I was taught that as a child, the difference between right and wrong, and this is just wrong on so many levels. It's the president trying to save his own skin by holding a majority in Congress." And Senator Michael Boacek said about Trump, quote, "Perhaps he can use the next 10 months to convince voters that his policies and behavior deserve a congressional majority." Those Indiana Republican legislators see what's happening, and bravo to them for having the courage to stand up for what they believe in, for our democracy, honestly. This is a partisan gerrymander. We all see it. They just can't say it because then the courts could stop them. This isn't helping Florida's families, and squeezing a few more Democrats out of Congress won't lower the cost of property insurance in Florida. New maps won't lower the cost of groceries or make owning a home more affordable in our state. This isn't what Floridians want their government to focus on right now, and it's partisan, it's cynical, and it's just plain wrong. It's going to be a blemish on Florida for years to come. And with that opening statement, why don't we open it for questions? We're here for you. Anything you want to ask, please feel free to drop it in the chat or take yourself off mute, and we will address your questions in turn.
Good morning, Leader Driscoll. This is Mario Ariza of ProPublica. How are you doing?
Good morning, Mario. Doing well. How are you?
Doing very well. Happy holidays. Leader Driscoll, over last week, we went ahead and published a story about ICE sending over 600 kids to sorry, my cat's walking in the room, sending 600 kids to federal shelters and from the interior of the United States. We started off the story in Florida, and we found 24 kids from Florida traffic stops, immigrant children, who'd ended up in federal shelters because of ICE actions and actions of the Florida police. I just wanted to check in if you'd seen the story, and if you had seen the story. No, I hadn't seen the story. As an honest reaction and valid as well. But if you had any reaction to the fact that possibly abandoned children are interacting with Florida police, and they're going to the federal shelter system instead of the Florida state child care system, or the system to deal with abandoned children in Florida.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mario. It's definitely a story that we've been tracking. And I think what's alarming to me is this is just more of what we saw from the prior time that Trump was in office, these family separations. And it's just furthering these immigration policies into a zone where people, frankly, are not comfortable. So I was glad that in the article you were able to flag that. The other thing is that this interplay between our state government and our federal government, it just feels like overreach. It feels like this isn't what is best for our families. We know it's not best for kids to be separating them. And I think that the public needs more awareness about this. I mean, these immigration policies, we've heard it over and over from Trump voters that this is going too far and that this is not what they voted for. I don't understand how separating a kid from their family is keeping our communities safer. If the goal of immigration and these immigration policies is to help keep our communities safer, then that's what it should be focused on, not these cruel policies that are ripping kids away from their families.
Thank you.
Thank you. Forrest has added a question in the chat, or two questions in the chat. Social media restrictions for minors can be enforced for at least the foreseeable future. Thoughts? Yes. Good morning, Forrest. So we've been tracking the federal court, or we've been tracking this lawsuit through federal court. And effectively what happened is that at the appellate level, the 11th Circuit stayed the injunction, and it now allows the state of Florida to enforce the social media ban and to try to protect minors. So generally my thoughts on this, we have to see how it's going to wind its way through the district court. I mean, there still will have to be a trial at the lower level, but more than anything, I just want to bring us back to the heart of this legislation, which is supposed to be to protect kids and to give parents the method to do that. I just hope that the Attorney General and the state of Florida won't now use this weapon or use this law as a political weapon to go after opponents or go after companies that they don't like, or to pressure companies into bending to the state of Florida's political will. That's not the intent of the legislation. I want to see this stay focused on helping keep our kids safe online. That was the original intention of the bill. And then Forrest, also wondering what your thoughts are probably on AI regulation, any changes you'd like to see. When it comes to AI, because it's just becoming so prevalent in our society, in our workplace, even in schools, what's happening, I think, is that what we really need are national solutions, not a patchwork of bills implemented state by state, because I'm concerned that that is going to stymie AI growth. I think it is going to make it difficult for us to have just uniformity in our country about how we are applying AI. I think we need to consider implications to the workforce, implications in the education system, and it makes sense to consider all of that from a national perspective. I want to make sure that our kids are as protected as possible when it comes to the usage of AI online. And I think a lot of that could be sorted out at the national level. It's still, in many ways, an emerging technology and a growing technology. And if you look back at the history of our country, anytime we've had emerging technologies, if you have a patchwork of different regulations state by state, it can tend to stymie and slow the growth. So let's make sure that we're allowing AI to grow in smart ways, but we're doing this from a national perspective. I think that would be what's best for consumers, for end users, and for business. From ABC Action News, Jax, what do you think about only 4 of the 8 property tax proposals coming up on the State Affairs meeting tomorrow? Does this signal the House is beginning to weed out options to get to a single one? Really great question. So when it comes to these property tax proposals, yes, it does indicate that the House is starting to weed this down. We always anticipated that they would. I think throwing 8 proposals out there in a way was to kind of razzle dazzle and a bit of, let's be honest, a bit of politics, because the governor's the one who initiated this conversation on property taxes. He has yet to put forward any meaningful proposal. What he does is say, let's eliminate property taxes and just leave our local governments to figure it out. And I think with the House putting out 8 proposals, it was like, okay, we'll call your bluff. Here are 8 proposals. what's your response? And we still have heard no meaningful response from the governor. But the practical matter and the point of all of this is that any of these proposals that we've seen so far to eliminate property taxes or to reduce them significantly would hurt our local governments. And I've not heard any response from any of the Republicans who are pushing these proposals on how they would intend to make our local governments whole. And that really is the crux of this, isn't it? I mean, I like to have my garbage picked up. I like law enforcement to come when I call. I like short wait times when it comes to government services at the local level. And I just don't know where this could go. We need to be honest about this. This could mean that we go to a fee for service model. And what is that going to look like when a senior or a kid goes to a park and wants to sit on a bench and it's like, no, I'm sorry, you can't do that because you have to pay a fee. Or when people are getting turned away from the library, when in fact we should be supporting education and literacy. So yes, these proposals are getting narrowed down, but ultimately I hope that the Senate takes a stand and makes sure that it is a backstop so that none of these proposals make it to the ballot. And for the argument that we should let the people decide, I hear that, I understand that, but I think first as legislators, as lawmakers, we have an obligation to the people under state law, our state constitution, and frankly, the federal constitution, the United States Constitution, to make sure that we're putting forward responsible bills for the people to consider. And none of these proposals that I've seen so far would meet that standard. All right, Mackenzie, thoughts on the House advancing legislation to lower the gun buying age down to 18 again? Thank you for that question, Mackenzie. I am outraged, frankly, that the House would consider taking up this proposal for another year, especially when we sit in Tallahassee, and especially when the travesty that happened at FSU with that school shooting was just a stone's throw from the Capitol, and it occurred in or around the same time that we were considering that legislation. I think it is an abomination for us to consider legislation lowering the age of the purchase of long guns down to 18 again, because it breaks the promise to those kids and families that this legislature made when they came up here and asked for the state to take action in the wake of the Parkland shooting, the mass shooting. I think it is an abomination because we have students, and frankly, it's not just like the young Democrats. We have students from a number of organizations who come to Tallahassee, and students from FSU and from Florida A&M, especially because they're right here locally, who ask us not to do this. How can we honestly look those kids in the eye and say, we're doing everything to protect you? How could they not see it as lip service? And frankly, with laws like this, it shows that it is. I think that you've got Republicans who are so bent on satisfying and pleasing the gun lobby that they've forgotten about the people that they serve. And that must necessarily include our kids. We must do everything we can to keep them safe. We know that firearm deaths are one of the leading causes of death amongst our young people. And I think this bill moves in the wrong direction. Again, I hope that maybe the Senate can be a backstop. Kate Payne, what are your expectations for Thursday's redistricting meeting? My expectations, just looking at the committee and seeing that it's been scheduled for a short amount of time, is that it will probably be an overview and will probably provide a roadmap as to the process. I don't anticipate that any new maps would be shown because I don't think there would be sufficient time to discuss those. But the fact that this is moving forward, frankly, is such a signal that our democracy is in danger, because you should not have state governments bending to the political will of the executive. We don't have an imperial presidency in the United States. We have a president and a legislature, a Congress, that are elected for the people, and they're supposed to be by the people. And what we see here is our state government bending to the will of this president, not to the will of the people. The people have asked us to focus on affordability. The people have asked us to help improve their lives and to make them better. The people have told us that they're struggling to put food on the table and that healthcare is too expensive. The people have not come to us and asked us to redraw and go through another process of redistricting in order to give Trump a congressional majority in the 2026 midterms. It's cynical, it's inappropriate, frankly, it's illegal. And I'm just so sorry to see that our state is moving forward in this direction. Any other questions? I think that's all the questions in the chat. Really great questions, guys. Thank you for making this such a robust conversation today.
I later just scroll. This is
Cody.
Claire Nettles at the Miami Herald. I just had a question. Once Republicans do produce maps, or if they do, what will Democrats' sort of strategy to fight back look like? Might that include negotiating to minimize what you see as damage to voters, or will the stance of Democrats remain fighting changing the maps at all, full stop?
Oh, it's a both and strategy. Honestly, I mean, there are conversations that take place where we will talk to Republicans in leadership and try to show them the error of their ways. Of course, we're always willing to have those conversations, but I'll be honest with you, Claire, as I look at this situation, because we've already said so much about this is not right, this is illegal, this runs afoul of fair districts, and they haven't changed course. As best I can tell, they intend to do this. They intend to reduce the number of Democrats representing Floridians in Congress. Right now, I think there are about 8. We've all heard rumors of different districts that might be on the chopping block. And I think they intend to try to satisfy Donald Trump and help deliver a congressional majority in the midterms. So we will push back. We will point out the areas of the law that these maps violate. We will try to build as clear a record and as strong a record as we can, as we understand that maps like this often find themselves in litigation in both state and federal courts. Unfortunately, the obvious math of the vote count is such that we don't have the numbers to stop this, but we haven't seen what's going to happen in the Senate yet. And interestingly, more and more, we're watching our state Senate become a backstop to guard against some of the more, I should say, dangerous whims of the legislation that we see coming out of the House. And again, I hope that the Senate can be a backstop here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cody Butler. Hi, Cody. Do you have hope redistricting is dead like in other GOP states, especially since the Senate isn't talking about it? Well, I just responded in my response to Claire. I do hope that the Senate could be a backstop and to prevent any maps that could come forward in this redistricting process. The challenge is that we're very early on. It's still committee weeks. Legislative session hasn't even started. And we know that the way political maneuvering works, different chess pieces are on the board and different pieces of legislation become a part of that chess game. And when it comes to these maps, I can imagine that they could become a tool for bargaining. So I still hold out hope that the Senate will be the Senate and can be a backstop against some of these more dangerous whims that we see coming out of the House. But the truth is we shouldn't be engaging in this redistricting process at all. This is not what Floridians are asking for. It doesn't help lower the cost of groceries or make homes more affordable. It doesn't lower the cost of healthcare. It doesn't do anything to keep our communities safer. And so the House is woefully off task.
That was House Minority Leader Fentrice Driscoll speaking earlier to reporters. She is a Democrat from Tampa and obviously the leader of the House Democratic Caucus. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to this live news conference that just began. This is West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey, who is speaking right now about the two members of the West Virginia National Guard who were shot in Washington, D.C. last week. We know one of those members of the Guard, Sarah Beckstrom, died on Thanksgiving Day in the hospital. President Trump saying yesterday that her colleague, Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, still in the hospital right now. Let's go ahead and listen in live as the West Virginia governor gives an update.
The mom has been so positive a force, and she's been asking people across the country to pray for her son, and those prayers are working. So I want to continue. That's her only request to me is, would you please get the word out that my son Andrew needs prayer? And that's all I'm going to do. Talk about that. These are wonderful people, and the family's going through a very difficult situation right now as Andrew fights to survive. There are many vigils that are going on around West Virginia right now. I had a chance to attend one in Martinsburg in honor of Andrew, and go down to Webster County on Saturday night. It was a really very touching vigil. People were talking so eloquently about Sarah, who by all counts is an amazing woman who lifted up people around him with a smile. And from talking to Sarah's parents and to people in the unit, everyone had nothing but incredible things to say about Sarah. And she is someone who's going to be remembered for a very, very long time. And she had her life tragically cut short by this terrible act of terrorism. We know that late last week I issued a proclamation, so the flags have been lowered to half staff, and that will continue. Obviously, when we have information about any service or funeral, we will let you know. I want to emphasize that the most important thing for me is to ensure that the family's wishes are kept. So as we learn more, we're happy to pass that along, but this is going to be dictated by the family, and I want to show great respect for them. I know that there are going to be a lot of questions about the timeline for when this occurs. Just as we learn things, we'll be happy to pass them along to you. You know, a lot of questions come up about the nature of the service that the Guardsmen were performing. This was noble service. I had a chance, along with General Seward, to spend Thanksgiving Day with the members of the unit at the Armory and talk to them. Every single one of the people who are there right now are volunteering. We're looking at approximately 170 people from the West Virginia National Guard that are still stationed in D.C. And once again, they're volunteering. They're volunteering because they believe in the mission. They want to support the state of West Virginia. They want to support the country. And I think that can't be lost. These are people that understand that the mission was good, that there was an opportunity to try to reduce crime in the District of Columbia. By all measures, it's been working. And so I know that they're proud of that work. They're understandably going through a very, very difficult time right now because they lost one of their own and another is in very serious condition. But it is the state of West Virginia's intent, my intent, General Seward's intent, to do everything we can to help those Guardsmen adjust to this and to help the families of those who were impacted. We know that there's a lot of information that hasn't yet come out, and there will be more information in the days, weeks, and months ahead. There is a comprehensive investigation going on by the federal government. You know, I've had a chance to talk to the president, and I've talked to the attorney general, and we're going to make sure that we're deferring to that process. I am reassured that there is a complete and full investigation going on, so while there'll be a lot of pundits who want to speculate about what happened and wrongly go to different places, we're not going to do that. We're not going to play into that. We're going to talk about this based on the facts that we know. And at this point, that investigation is ongoing. We know that there's been a lot of discussion about a criminal prosecution as well. The most important thing that I can tell the citizens of West Virginia is people are rightfully angry. They're rightfully angry about what's happening right now. And I believe that justice must be done in this case, and that justice will be meted out. That'll be done based upon our criminal justice system, and it'll be done the right way. And as we learn more about the process that's being run by the feds, we're happy to share that with you. We're trying to stay in touch with all the relevant people on the ground to provide information to the public. When we left Wednesday night. I flew up with the Guard to go to the hospital. I believe I was at the hospital at least 4 times, and obviously we spent time with the Guard's members. There's no timeline as to what will happen in terms of additional visits, but what I can tell you is that Andrew's family is going to get all the help that we can provide out of West Virginia. Right now, a lot of that is emphasizing the need for prayer, and I want to keep saying that because I believe that prayer can move mountains. It can create miracles, and I know that Melody, Andrew's mom, and Jason, Andrew's dad, believe that. And these are people, they're good folks, and I think a lot of the communities are rallying behind them. We know that since this tragedy occurred, there have been a number of additional announcements by the president, and I think he's working hard to get to the bottom of this. I also want to express my support for some of the new vetting proposals that are being talked about. I think when you have millions of people that come in, undocumented aliens, or there are loopholes, as what had presumably happened in this particular situation, that has to be cleaned up, and I applaud President Trump for his efforts, what he's doing to look at all of that in order to get to the right place. So we know that there's going to be a lot that'll be coming up in the days and weeks ahead. I wanted to come before you so I can answer questions you have. I would ask that there are going to be some areas that you asked that we're not going to get out ahead of the medical personnel. I'm not going to get out ahead of the families, and we're not going to get ahead of the criminal investigation. So with that as the caveat, I'd first like to turn it over to General Seward, who has been leading admirably, and he'll say a few words, and then we will take questions.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. I want to tell the members of the West Virginia National Guard that our family has joined together across this state and in D.C. Our family members in the Guard that are in the Middle East, that are in Europe, that are on the southwest border. I've heard from all of those regions, and we're praying together. We are a family, 6,000 plus strong. And so when we lose one of our family members, I can tell you that every guardsman I've talked to is grieving. And that grieving process in the early stages includes denial and anger and bargaining. And I've heard from all of our members of how they're going through those phases. And I promise you that my senior enlisted leader, Dusty Jones, and I, we've been up there since Wednesday. I was actually in the district when it occurred. I was not on scene. My wife and I got picked up and taken on scene shortly thereafter. And those soldiers and airmen that were present were strong, courageous, and they were grieving. And they continue to grieve, and they continue to pray for Andy and for Sarah's family and for all of their fellow members that are serving across the world. I will tell you that they're standing strong. Our men and women are trained professionals. They are deputized U.S. Marshals in the district. When they're on patrol, they're armed, and they are trained. I'm confident in their ability. I remain confident in their ability. In briefings with senior law enforcement officials in the district this week, I will tell you that dozens of them have told me, those involved in the investigation, that our members performed their duties as they have been trained, and they are proud of them, and I am proud of them. Because Andy's mom has asked for prayers, I will reiterate that I spoke with her last night before I left, and she said if I got the chance to talk to anyone, to please ask them to continue to pray for Andy, their family, for Sarah's family, and for all of our National Guard. Thank you.
Thank you. As we're all gathered today, we know that a lot of people in West Virginia, the Guard, the families of the individuals who were gunned down, we know that there's unspeakable evil that's occurred. Unspeakable evil. I want to take a moment also, though, and emphasize the amazing positive response of the people of West Virginia, of how the families have reacted, how the communities are stepping up, people showing support through prayers, through other types of acts. West Virginia comes together during these difficult times, and they stand behind the men and women in uniform. And we're certainly going to continue to stand behind the men and women in uniform and do everything we can to help them, not just today, but in the weeks and months ahead. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions from folks. Stephen.
Governor, you've used the phrase volunteer pretty frequently. I know you had some social media posts where you put it all in bold. So I think it's pretty clear that since November 17th, the force that remains, 170 we're talking about, are there as volunteers part of the original force that you authorized back in August to be there at the request of President Trump, and these are strictly volunteers. But walk us through that decision, because at least according to the November 8th press release from the West Virginia National Guard, you are the one that authorized the volunteer force to remain there. So who asked us to keep a volunteer force there? How did that decision come about to keep this contingent there through the end of the year?
Absolutely. So we know that we entered the district back in August, and after that happened, there were questions about how many people would be in the district, contributions from West Virginia and from other different states. So there's usually a rotation that occurs in terms of when guardsmen stay, and that as there are questions about how long we would stay, I made the decision to have the word come down that we would ask the people if they wanted to volunteer. And there was never any pressure. This was done that if people wanted to stay and fulfill the mission, they could. I was pleased to report that between about 160 and 170 people had asked to do that. And so that's why I emphasize that these are people that knew the mission. They agreed with the mission. I think the mission has been largely successful, and they wanted to serve their state and they wanted to serve their country. So I had extensive conversations with the National Guard, and I wanted to make this voluntary because anytime someone is doing that, there's a lot of sacrifice that's involved, and people give up time with their families. They take leave from work. They leave their communities, especially during the holiday season. But these are people that wanted to be there, and they wanted to continue the mission. Brad?
Brad McElhenney, West Virginia Metro News. Can you drill down with a little more detail? Who puts out the call to volunteer? And then how do people respond? Is it raise your hand, go to someone and say, I would like to fill out some forms? Technically, what is the process?
I can speak.
Yeah, General, do you want to speak to that?
Sir, we put out the call with our joint office. I have a joint operations team. Let's give a for instance. We have a normal rotational schedule that we do, but in most instances, like flood duty, we first reach out and see who can volunteer, and we do that at the unit level before they go. Then, once they're on mission, we had soldiers there, soldiers and airmen, for about 45 days, and we rotated which group, that group with a fresh group. And then when we found out that Secretary of the Army was extending the mission in D.C., we were asked how many we might be able to provide. After discussions with the governor and his decision to see who wanted to remain on mission, we had our commander in D.C. survey the troops. And that survey, I wish I could tell you if it was a form or a show of hands. I know they signed up, probably on a piece of paper, and we found out how many volunteers we had that were willing to stay. Before the shooting, we also have future planned operations, which I can't go into the details of those, but that normal rotational schedule is something we do on missions like this that are longer than 30 days.
Thank you. John?
The governor and the Major General of the West Virginia National Guard continuing to take some questions right now as we get an update on the 2 National Guard members who were shot in Washington, D.C. last week. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to this news conference where West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey continuing to answer some questions as they give an update on the National Guard members who were shot in Washington, D.C. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing to say is that this is like being a deputy U.S. Marshal. So these are people that are trained and they have knowledge of the situation they're going into. These are the same people that go to all corners of the globe. They're trained in terms of difficult circumstances. So as General Seward indicated, we believe that they have the background and training to go in to Washington, D.C. to carry out the mission. Other questions? Go ahead, sir. And what's your name, sir?
Matthew Young. I'm with the Charleston Gazette.
Hey, Matthew.
So there were some conflicting reports that came out, information that came out on Wednesday regarding the condition, obviously.
Sure.
The two guards members. State national outlets took that information and reported it.
Sure.
Where was the breakdown of the communication chain? What steps can be taken to prevent that, something like that from happening?
So what I would say is this, when you have a lot of information coming in, you work to ensure that you have the most accurate information and you get it from the most credible sources available and then provide that to the public. When there's a change, then you alert the public. If there's an error, you correct the error. That's what happened, and that's what we did. So I won't go into additional details at this time, but I will say that we've been in very close touch with the family and everyone involved in order to make sure that anything that gets passed along is, the direction of the parents and that the guard is very comfortable with.
Follow up to Matt's question, though. You can't, for example, obviously there was an initial announcement of both deaths. That was obviously walked back by your office. Where did that information come from? Did that come from social media news? Did it come from the chain of command?
I could tell you that the process is that we try to get as much information as we can, accurate information from the most credible sources, a variety of sources. In this case, that information was incorrect, and then within 20 minutes, we changed it. Ma'am?
What are some of the tangible things you guys are going to be doing in D.C. to help make sure that the troops who are still there get through this process in a tangible way?
Well, we know that there are a number of foundations that have stepped up who are being helpful, and we know that counseling is available for all people who may need assistance. And one thing that I really want to emphasize is that we want to make sure that the morale, remains high. And that's part of the reason I went to Washington, D.C., obviously to go to the hospital and to be there with the families, but also to be there with the men and women who are serving. That's critically important. So that's certainly, there's going to be a lot of efforts underway, both through the Guard and other outside foundations to provide all the help that's needed to assist any of the Guardsmen and any of their families.
You might not be able to provide this information. This might be information that might have to be released by the families, but there are a number of GoFundMes and other entities popping up claiming to be on behalf of both families. Are you aware of any authorized GoFundMes or any type of fundraising efforts for both families? Has that been communicated to National Guard or the government?
I'm not aware of any that are authorized. I know that the family, Andrew's family, had indicated specifically they did not authorize. I can't speak to the other family, to Sarah's family, but if we learn about that, we're happy to answer that further. Any final questions? I just want to say, as we get more information, we're going to be able to pass that along. So I appreciate your patience during this time. But most importantly, my biggest message is Andrew is still fighting for his life. Andrew needs prayers. And the parents have said, please use every opportunity to ask for prayers. And that's what we're going to do. I think that the West Virginia people are strong. And they know that everything is being done right now to ensure that justice is served. But equally important, we have to make sure we're doing everything possible to send prayers and to console people who are going through just unspeakable times right now. So thank you for coming, and God bless.
That news conference wrapping up at the West Virginia Capitol in Charleston, West Virginia. Governor Patrick Morrisey, the Major General, as well of the West Virginia National Guard. We know 2 members of the West Virginia National Guard were shot in Washington, D.C. last week. We had that as breaking news for you on Wednesday on Florida Live during our 2 o'clock hour. We learned that Specialist Sarah Beckstrom, 20 years old, died on Thanksgiving Day. Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf is still in the hospital right now, and you heard them talk a lot about that. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now inside the courtroom in Orange County, where they are in lunch break right now in the evidentiary hearing for Tommy Zeigler. When we come back, we are going to check in with Fox 35's Matt Trezza, who has been live, been sitting inside that courtroom for the morning while it has been going on since 9 o'clock. So we'll check in with him and see how things are going and what we missed in that hearing. So keep it here on Fox Local, and we'll be right back with more.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. It is 1 o'clock. Let me give you another live look inside the courtroom in Orange County, where about another half hour left in a lunch break in the evidentiary hearing for Tommy Zeigler. We checked in on that a little bit earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus. I want to bring in Fox 35's Matt Trezza, who joins us live now outside the courthouse. Matt, we know you've been inside the courtroom all morning, and we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. If you could, just kind of get us up to speed on some of what happened so far.
Sure. Well, getting up to speed is kind of the name of it. It started out in the morning before lunch with an opening statement by the defense team and an opening statement by the prosecutors, getting everybody up to speed as to where we are so far and talking about the new evidence that the defense wants to present in this case. So essentially, this goes back to 1975. Tommy Zeigler owned a furniture store in Winter Garden, and he had a number of men who were also working for him at that furniture store, was well known in the community. And what we understand happened in that case was that he called a friend who happened to be the police chief of Winter Garden at the time, said that he'd been shot. Well, when police got over there to the furniture store, what they found was Tommy Zeigler shot and 4 people dead, including his wife, her parents, and another man. And now what the defense has contended is that that other man who was found shot at the furniture store was the person who killed Ziegler's wife, parents-in-law, and then shot Ziegler. The prosecutor said Ziegler was the one who attacked and did the killing. He was convicted of this and has been on death row for the last 50 some odd years. He's around 80 years old now. He was up in that courtroom. He had an oxygen mask hooked up to him. He appeared to be very frail, very weak health. In fact, I found the temperature very comfortable in the courtroom, but his defense attorney said that he was complaining that it was cold. They ended up bringing him a jacket from downstairs to put on during the hearing. Now, what the defense is contending is that there is new evidence, DNA evidence, found on blood samples that were found at the scene at the time. They've been retested. And the next thing, aside from the 2 opening statements that they did this morning, was they started questioning their first witness in the case, a forensic investigator who's a blood spatter expert, talking about blood spatter particles that were found at the scene. They also showed during the prosecutor's opening statement some grisly photos of the bodies of the victims, bringing everybody back to the original crime scene in a very graphic way. And again, talking about the blood spatter, from whom it came, and where things kind of go from here. But again, the whole point is to introduce this new DNA evidence in the case in the hopes of many, many decades later reopening it.
And Matt, in those opening statements, we heard different characterizations of what that DNA evidence kind of means from the defense and from the prosecution. So what's the argument here?
Yeah, well, the prosecutors are saying, like, let's take a look, both sides take a look at this evidence. The prosecutors are saying, regardless of any new evidence that may come out for this, it will only serve to bolster and even perhaps strengthen our case, and that the original contention or the original conviction should be upheld, that it won't make any difference. What the defense is saying is that this will prove to them, to a jury, that it is the other man who was found at the scene, whose body was found. He was the one who struggled with Tommy Zeigler, and they shot at each other. Ziegler admitted that was armed during this encounter, but there were other guns that were also on the premises. And so what the defense is hoping to prove is that this new DNA evidence will more conclusively prove whose blood was whose and help them reconstruct kind of a more accurate take about what happened that day.
Matt, you talked about the demeanor of Tommy Zeigler in the courtroom, who is now 80 years old, as you mentioned, appeared to be very frail. I'm curious if there are any family members or anyone in the gallery?
Yes, many family members, many supporters of his. And it looks like even perhaps an independent production company here also along with them, interviewing family members as taking this one particular gentleman out into the hall, talking with him at various points. Nobody has said anything at this point. Perhaps after the hearing wraps up for today, 1 or 2 of them may speak with us, but they are there in the courtroom and they are standing by him.
He's been on death row now for 50 years, the longest serving death row inmate in Florida. And this is a hearing that, if I'm understanding this correctly, could take up to a week.
Yes, that's right. It's definitely going to go the next several days. It almost seems the length of some trials. But again, there's a lot of evidence to take a look at. From what we understand is this is going to be very, very technical stuff that they discuss, or almost as sometimes we call it a battle of the experts. They're going to be blood spatter experts, forensic experts, DNA experts, crime scene reconstruction experts, all who are trying to come up with a new and convincing narrative for the judge. And it's really the judge that needs to make this decision. Judge Leticia Marquez, long-serving Orange County judge here, highly respected. And so it's going to be up to her to take a look at everything that's laid out over the course of these several days, however long it takes, probably throughout the week, and make the determination as to whether or not Tommy Zeigler deserves a new trial here.
Fox 35's Matt Trezza, we appreciate you joining us and giving us an update from what's been going on in the courtroom there today.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And we will get you back inside the courtroom coming up in a little bit and check back in on those proceedings when after they come back from lunch break, which is expected around 1:30. Also want to let you know we are standing by waiting for the White House press briefing, which is expected to begin any minute now, and also waiting on an update from DeLand Police, giving an update on a shooting earlier today in DeLand. We know that 2 suspects are in custody in connection with a shooting that happened on Voorhees Avenue in DeLand. And again, we do expect an update in the next half hour, so we will bring that to you live when it begins. Right now, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox Local and on YouTube, though, and we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Big win for the Jacksonville Jags yesterday, beating the Tennessee Titans 25-3. Pretty lopsided win, as it should have been, to be honest. It was the third straight win for the Jags. They're now 8-4 this season. We heard from head coach Liam Cohen talking about the win and what they need to do next.
1 week at a time, 1-0, for the rest of the way. We're giving ourselves an opportunity to play meaningful games in November and December, and that's ultimately all you can ask for in this league. And the rest of the way, you've got competitive, meaningful football games, and I think that that's just an important, thing for us to go through as a team, in year one, to have the opportunity to do those things and to earn that, I think is important for us to be able to continue to move forward as a team.
Trevor started, I think, 6 and 7 for 2 touchdowns. Just what kind of day was today for him?
Yeah, I thought he played pretty well. He was under some duress. We had some injuries up front, obviously, but I thought early on, especially, that he was accurate, was seeing the field well, made some good throws for us, scrambled a few more times, but I do think that he played well.
Opening drive for Tennessee was their best of the day, 39 yards rushing.
Yeah.
More than half of what they ended up with. Just the ability to respond and make adjustments. What was that like?
Campy and he just continues to do a great job in his first year as a coordinator. The whole staff, I thought, had a really good plan, and the players executed at a high level. I thought the front and the coverage were in alignment in the back end, especially. And we were able to get after the quarterback at a pretty good click.
Devon has been forced into the role of the long snapper.
Yeah.
And that's got to be a little bit on.
Yeah, that was a little stressful for sure. Credit D Ham for stepping in with limited repetitions to go out there. It's just that just speaks to the dude that he is and the player that he's been for us this season. He's just so consistent as a human being, as a pro. But yes, that was a little stressful.
You got the punter and the long snapper getting unsportsmanlike conduct penalties in a fight. I mean, is that sort of the attitude that you want this team to have?
Yeah, they had an edge for sure. I'd like Logan to be a little smarter there on the one where he got hit on, but there were some frustrations that were being built up with them, rushing us the way they were with the long snapper issue, and we thought like that we maybe were roughed or potentially roughed at one point. I think I don't know if it got called or not, but it was just proud of those guys for competing, but we got to continue to be smarter.
Coach, 6 targets for Jacoby Myers and 6 catches. Talk about him again, just showing up big and just hitting on some big plays. And even Brian Thomas first came back, knocking a guy out on the block in an open field.
I know, and then a huge third down conversion on a drive that we went down and scored on. So, obviously we'd like to continue to give BT more as he's getting healthier. But Jacoby just so consistent, and then his ability in the middle of the field to then catch and run, losing Parker for a little bit. Obviously, guys had to step up, and Jacoby just keeps being that dude. I mean, in terms of the pro, the way that he competes, the way that he prepares, and the trust level between he and the quarterback has continued to go forward. Excuse me.
Big game next week, Coach. What is your message to the fans? To try to lock that stadium down and pack it out.
Yeah, we need everybody. We need the city to show up, and support us, and because we want to make them proud. We're continuing to try to put a product on the field that our city and community can be proud of, and that's something that means a lot to our team. It means a lot to our players, and we want to continue to do that. So as much support as we can get from Duval, that would be huge.
Offensive line's been banged up, and you lost Walker again today. Can you talk a little bit about the resiliency of that unit?
Yeah, frustrating. You have to keep kind of moving pieces around, and then the continuity gets a little bit jacked up, and the chemistry. But again, Cole Van Lanen, the Swiss Army knife, just keeps moving positions, going into different spots. Wyatt Milam, stepped up in a major way for us today and gave us a lot of meaningful snaps and allowed us to go win the football game. So credit to Sean, Kali'i, and Trevor Mendelson for getting those guys prepared and ready to go play.
Josh had, I think, 2 sacks today. Do you feel like, or have you, in speaking with him, getting that record kind of gets that monkey off his back a little bit?
I think so. We haven't had the conversation, but I think you can just tell probably for him personally that there's a little bit more freedom now to just go let it rip and play. And, man, he was rushing today. I mean, there was a lot of opportunities that he was pushing the pocket and making life a little bit challenging on their tackles. So, very proud of Josh being able to get 2 and just continue to stack blocks and get better and better each week.
Eric Armstead downgraded on Saturday and then didn't go today. Just in terms of the hand, where's he at?
Yeah, we'll have to reassess. I haven't talked to Ferg yet on that in terms of what it's looked like now. It was something that we tried to work out pregame and just didn't end up working out. So we'll reassess and hopefully be able to go this week.
With Cole going from right guard to left tackle, that's 4 offensive line positions plus the jumbo.
Yeah.
Have you been around an offensive lineman who's done that?
No, I have not. And it's when we got here as a staff, everybody spoke about Cole Van Lanen. Everybody spoke about him as a pro, as his ability to be able to do this, and to have the mindset, but also the preparation. I mean, guys, that is not easy to go and do for anybody. And he goes and does it at arguably one of the hardest positions to play in the National Football League, which is offensive line. The calls, the chemistry, the continuity, all right, you got to block. You're preparing in your mind to go block, Simmons, right, at inside, but then you got to go outside and go block Key. And it's just, it's not easy to do.
After that first drive, obviously we punted first drive. Then after that, felt like we settled in, protected really well throughout that spurt there. And I thought we had a really good plan, especially down in the red zone. Had some stuff that was great. And, guys got open, guys made plays after the catch. So it was really good. Obviously, some stuff in the second half. Got to clean up, got to continue to get better and see what we can improve on. Wasn't the cleanest second half. So, but yeah, I thought we started the game in a rhythm. Obviously, our defense played great too, and we got a short field that we took advantage of.
Trevor, is there something about this team, Tennessee, that gets you going a little bit? Your numbers are really good. In the last 6-22 against them, 4-1. Does it fire you up a little more?
It's a division game, and obviously been a rival for us and for them for a long time. So I think you feel that, and obviously we've had a lot of different games against them, and so I know a lot of those guys over there too, like Jeffrey, play against him a ton, and that's always a back and forth, and obviously he's a good player, and so there is that dislike for sure, but there's a respect too of how the game's going to be played. It's going to be physical. You're going to get their best shot, and I'm sure they know the same when they play us. So there's definitely a little something to it, and I think it's a good thing. That's what makes football fun.
We talked about it before, but someone gets hurt in the offensive line, shuffle, and then they just guys in there. And,
it's impressive. Yeah, obviously it's a unit that's done a great job all season, especially with the circumstances of getting different guys, banged up and maybe miss a game, or today, middle of the game, Walker has to come out, Cole has to move from, he's already playing for Pat, and then he's got to move over to left tackle mid-game. The things Cole's been able to do this year has been really impressive. I don't think there's many guys that can do that or have done that, honestly. So definitely proud of him and just the way he's been playing, and as a unit. And those guys just fight their tails off and, did some really good things.
Do you sense a level of maturity about your football team, like with this kind of win? Thanksgiving week, a team that has one win, and the way you dealt with the week, and then today?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, we'd love to finish the game a little better. That was I think we're all a little even frustrated at that, but I think that shows the maturity of the team too. Of, we're happy we won, no doubt about that. We come here to win, and that's what we did. So, but to even have that feeling of just didn't finish clean. I think that shows the maturity of the team too. And yeah, to handle the week well. It's NFL. It doesn't matter who you're playing. Obviously, they haven't won a lot of games, but anybody can beat you, and they got talent, and they got a good. I know just from our side of the ball, they got a really good defense. That presented some challenges, and they did some good things today that we got to improve on and play better moving forward. So we knew that was going to be a challenge, and we just came out and executed, played well. Obviously, kind of protected the lead towards the end, but it's just one of those games.
First place in the division on the line next week. Seems like you guys have come a long way in a really short amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just we've taken it week by week, and hasn't always gone perfect, but we've just kept playing and found a way to respond every week. You know, we've had, like we talked about all season, we've had some big wins, we've had some tough losses, and you just keep playing. And this week, obviously, is a big one at home. Need our fans to pack the place out and be loud for us and get a home field advantage, but playing a really good Colts team, and it's an exciting one. Obviously, a lot on the line, and that's how every game is going to be moving forward, though, and that's where we want to be. That's the position you want to be in, so it feels good.
You've played some of these meaningful games. How much do you feed off the week where it gets heightened in Jacksonville, and you can feel a little bit of that energy from the fans even before you even hit the stadium?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, it really is. I mean, we've talked about throughout the years, like obviously our playoff run back in 22 and just the feeling of the city and the home games, the stadium, like it is different. And that's what, as players, we love that. And it's exciting, and to feel the city behind you. And we have great fans. We feel that a lot. But it definitely is, when you're in these big games, it shows up more, as it should, you know, when you're playing for something. So that's what we expect. And I know our fans will show up and be ready to roll.
Confidence-wise, is this the high for you guys? I mean, it feels like if you had Cincinnati again, it was a bad call. Houston, we know what happened, but you guys could be undefeated on the road. Do you feel like depending on what type of game, it's your game?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a lot of confidence in, you know, the way we prepare, the way we work. We know going in Sunday that we're ready to go, and you got to go execute and play, and that's always the part of. You never know until you play the game. You got to go out and play well, and we've definitely had some days where we didn't do that. But going into the weeks, we feel really confident, and on Sunday we feel confident. And I think a lot of that confidence too is from experience, and we know that we can win games, we can win ugly, we can, you know, control a lead, we can do all these things. And you know, obviously it hasn't been perfect. We've had some learning lessons, but I think that gives you confidence as a team too, because you've done it. But you got to continue to do it, especially. I mean, looking at the season now, we're really in the most important part of the season. They're all important because you got to get in position, but I mean, every game is critical now, so it's got to really show up in the big moments.
Is it important for you guys not to necessarily make next week's game or even the week after bigger than it is? You know, it's not the Super Bowl, but it's important. Do you have to sort of find that middle ground? Yeah,
you don't try to do more than you've done any other week. I mean, obviously. It's a really good team we're playing, and it's an important game. But we got what are we? We played 11 games. We got 12 games. Yeah, so we got 5. I'm trying to do them. Yeah. Anyways, got 5 games left, and so we just have to take it 1 week at a time, and it's just the next one. But it is a big game. But you can't change who you are and how you prepare and all those things, and you got to treat it like the other ones. Because I do think we have a good process, and we've been ready to go in every game, and it's going to be about how we execute on Sunday. So.
6 catches for Jacoby Myers, 6 targets, man. Talk about you guys' chemistry, man. He's like finding a way to sit down in his zone. Like, what is it?
He's been great. I mean, yeah, just a guy, just really good football player. I don't know what else to say about him. He's got a great feel. He does everything right. I mean, to be honest, like he blocks, runs great routes. He's smart, knows when to sit down, and has feel for the game. Friendly target. He's playing great. Got to keep him going. And our whole room is really coming together nice. It's great to have BT back out there today. Made some big plays and some big moments, and just going to continue to build off that. So Jacoby's been awesome, though. Can't speak highly enough of him, and glad we got him for sure.
I was going to ask about BTJ, but you get BT back, and then you get Parker goes down. It's almost like the offensive line in a way, right? Like a revolving door of receivers.
Yeah, it's football. It's a physical game, so it happens. And hopefully, I don't know. I don't want to speak on Parker stuff. I don't know exactly what the deal is, but hopefully we can get him back as soon as possible. And obviously, seeing how well he's played for us this year, so we can get him back. But if not, we got guys that are going to have to step up, and we'll have a good plan. All right, thanks, guys.
So that was Trevor Lawrence, and now the Jags get ready for a tough one on Sunday in Jacksonville as the Indianapolis Colts come to town. And you heard head coach Liam Cohen say they need that stadium rocking for that game on Sunday afternoon. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Want to get you live now to the DeLand Police Department, where we're getting an update right now on a shooting that happened earlier today. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I want to begin by emphasizing that this information is preliminary, as I said, and is subject to change as the investigation continues. This morning, about approximately 8:15, that's Monday morning, December the 1st, a police officer responded to a residence in the 100 block of East Boreas Avenue in reference to a reported home invasion. According to the information we have, a male subject arrived at the back door of the residence. A female occupant went to the door after hearing a knock and initially believed that it might be a delivery based on what she observed. When she opened the door, the male subject forced his way inside of the residence, brandishing a firearm. Inside the home, there was another adult male, and that person is believed to be the female's husband. He immediately recognized the threat as the subject forced his way in the home, brandishing the gun. The husband retrieved the firearm and gave multiple orders for the intruder to drop his weapon. The intruder refused. The husband fired a single round, striking the intruder in the chest. It appears that it went through and through, but we'll determine that as we go through the surgical procedures with him. The intruder fled the residence after being shot and ran toward the wooded area near Hubbard Avenue. So that's a few blocks over. Responding officers located the subject in the wooded area. He was alive but suffering from a gunshot wound. He was airlifted to Halifax Hospital, where he is currently at this moment undergoing medical procedures. Our detectives are continuing to process the scene, interview witnesses, and gather additional evidence. So, based on some preliminary statements that we gathered, the intruder is believed to have had a prior relationship with the female inside the residence. She reported that the subject had been stalking her, and the family believed it was only a matter of time before he attempted to confront her. Situations involving domestic violence, stalking, or prior abuse are extremely dangerous and unpredictable. We want to remind the community no one has to tolerate threatening or abusive behavior. And we have resources available, and law enforcement will always respond. So anyone experiencing domestic violence can reach out to us and we'll direct them to the appropriate resources. Now again, this investigation is active, it's still ongoing. Detectives are working to confirm all of the details, including the history between the parties that are involved. At this stage, no charges or determinations regarding criminality has been finalized, but I can give you some preliminary charges that we are looking at as far as the subject is concerned. We believe this was an isolated incident connected to domestic violence history, and there is no ongoing threat to the public. And I want to thank our officers, detectives, and partner agencies, the Volusia Sheriff's Office, for their quick response and professionalism. We believe we will provide updates as more verified information becomes available, and I can take a few questions if you have any. Yes, sir.
Are you at liberty to name the alleged home invader?
So right now, I don't want to name him at this point in the investigation, but that information will be out pretty soon. I didn't go over the charges, but I will do that. What we are looking at is burglary of an occupied dwelling while armed, aggravated assault with a firearm ×3, and I say that because there were 3 people in the home. There was a small child, there was an adult male, and an adult female. Destruction of evidence. We believe that the suspect threw away the weapon that he used as he fled the location. We have made some discoveries of some evidence that could be the case. However, we have not confirmed or corroborated whether that was the suspect was in possession of that or not. Wearing a mask during the commission of a felony, and additional charges may be pending. So,
Wait, so did you recover the firearm?
so right now they're still conducting the area sweep of the area to locate the firearm.
And on their social media post, it said 2 people were in custody. Is it just one that's in custody?
So it's just one in custody.
The shooter won't face any charges.
The shooter, at this time, we have not found any evidence that the shooter violated a crime. Unfortunately for the invader, you have a right to protect your home. You have a right to protect your life. And at this time, he invaded their home. The resident came out and fired a shot. And so.
Did the woman report him before, you said?
So we do have some information that she has indicated that he has been stalking her. And also, and I have to confirm this, we may have some information where some injunctions may have been filed in the past. I'm not sure of that. But there appears to be a history, and she reported it. Don't know if she reported to us or not, but she.
Is the child maybe belonging to him, or is that a complete different relationship?
So the child is the female and the husband's child.
So it's not the invaders.
Not the invader, no, sir.
Okay. I know you don't. You haven't named the guy that got shot or the person that got shot, but does he have a criminal history in addition to the charges that you're facing out right now?
So I can't confirm that, but without confirming it, I believe he does, based on some conversations I've had with my detectives. But I don't have it here in front of me, so we'll confirm that later.
Is he expected to live, or is he in grave, or do we have any idea of his condition?
So at this point in time, he is expected to survive. As you know, anything could happen, but he's undergoing medical treatment, and once that is done, he will be taking a ride to the jail.
Do you know what he was shot with?
I don't know at this time.
From the home owner's weapon?
Yes, sir. I don't know at this time. I know it was a handgun.
Okay.
Sir, can you say if he's been involved with the law enforcement before?
I don't. I have not had any run-ins with this guy, and none of my officers have indicated that, so I'm not sure.
Hey, Cap, just to be clear, this guy actually came in the house. He was shot inside the house, right?
Yes, sir. Knocked on the door. Female thought it was a delivery. She opens the door. He forces him way inside, brandishing a firearm, and that's when everything happened so quick. Once he came in, what a good husband he is. He came downstairs and, he came out of the room and hey, get out of my house.
So the guy got shot in the living room?
Yes, sir.
And what's his age, the suspect's age?
I'll confirm it later. I
You
don't
heard he
have
might have been Hispanic. Do you now have his race?
I don't know.
Captain, could we? Guys? Sorry. Has he been unconscious, or is he able to talk to you guys?
So we have not did a interview with him because of the surgery procedure. That's something that we are expected to do that once he gets out of the treatment. If he refuses, we have enough evidence to support our things here.
Because he obviously went there to intend to do something.
Yes.
And it could have been the opposite. We could have 2 people in there.
Absolutely. It could have ended up, I told one person this morning, it could have ended up a whole different way. Fortunate for him, he's expected to survive. But we were looking for a person in the wooded area, and
So, Cap, you mentioned an injunction earlier. Do investigators at this point believe that an injunction may have prompted this guy to come home and try to do what he did?
Well, I don't want to speculate as to what prompted him. I do know that they had a relationship, and that relationship was cut off. And according to talking to the victims in this case, it's been an ongoing thing, and they kind of expected any moment to be confronted by this guy.
Thank you.
Just
All right. Well, it looks like we lost our feed there from DeLand Police, but they were talking about a suspected home invasion suspect who was shot by a homeowner earlier today. Again, this happened on Voorhees Avenue. Give me 1 second. I can pull up the Facebook live stream here as they continue to take some questions, because that, well, it looks like he is walking off just now. So we got the tail end of that news conference. You got to see just about all of it there as they talked about it. Again, this happened this morning in the Voorhees Avenue area. A home invasion was reported, apparently knocked on the door. One of the people at the home thought it was a delivery. They answered the door, and at that point, police say the suspect pushed through. They were armed with a gun. Now, that suspect was shot by another person inside the home. That home invasion suspect is expected to survive. We're told they are potentially involved with some sort of stalking of this individual, so a prior history there, and now facing charges of burglary, aggravated assault with a firearm, destruction of evidence as well. So a serious situation there. We should note that at this time the homeowner not facing charges in connection with this. We do know that Florida has strong stand your ground laws, and you heard the police chief talk about that, the right of this person to defend their home, their property, and their lives in that situation earlier today. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live to the White House, where Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is speaking to reporters and about to take some questions as well. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
Immediately address the massive fraud and corruption that has been going on for decades in other aspects of our immigration system, most notably when it comes to asylum claims. Millions of people who have come here under false pretenses are told blatant lies now enjoy temporary legal status. President Trump is ending this scam as well, and I would point out that the Democrats have tried to block this administration from doing so at every turn with lawsuit after lawsuit. The hard truth is that even when it comes to our legal immigration system, past presidents have failed to ensure that all prospective citizens love America, will add value and contribute to our communities, and will assimilate into our culture. Leaders have a duty to defend and advance the interests of their own people, not foreign nationals. Leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and character of our nation's national identity. That is why President Trump is more committed than ever to fully restoring American sovereignty by keeping our borders secure, removing all illegal alien invaders, and rebuilding a legal immigration system that makes sense and benefits our country. President Trump has no higher responsibility than to defend our homeland and our people, and he will never waver in doing so. With that, I will open it up to questions, and we'll lead today with Isabel Brown, who is in our new media seat. She's a very popular face on television these days. She's built a great independent media podcast and platform with the Daily Wire, and I appreciate your being here, Isabel. Thank you for being
Caroline. Appreciate it and appreciate the briefing. Many Americans, in light of these recent events that you just mentioned, are starting to say that we are being invaded as a country, culturally and logistically, when it comes to immigration. And we know that immigration without assimilation is indeed invasion. So given the recent remarks from Vice President Vance on a college campus about dramatically reducing legal immigration to address some of this crisis, and President Trump's Truth Social post last week about individuals who may be non-compatible with Western civilization, are there any conversations happening or plans being made behind the scenes for the administration to implement at least a temporary immigration moratorium, for example, in light of what the American people might be calling for?
So, Isabel, it's a great question. I think I spoke a little bit to the heart of your question in my opener there. I would add that the Trump administration has done more to limit migration, both illegal and legal, than any administration in history. And I'll just walk you through some of the actions that we have taken thus far. Number one, the Trump administration issued a travel ban for 19 countries, including Afghanistan, special immigrant visas, which is a legal pathway to get here, which we know many Afghans have utilized to come into the country, have now been paused since the tragic shooting last week. Refugee admissions were suspended for Afghans from this administration on day one, and refugee admissions into the country right now are essentially at zero, with the exception of Afrikaners fleeing persecution in South Africa. The State Department has also heightened their scrutiny and vetting of all visas and have revoked visas, as you know, for those who do not align with our country's national interests. The Secretary of State has the right to do that, and we've taken unprecedented action to do just that. We are also now pausing all asylum adjudications for additional vetting as well. And so additional actions I don't have to read out for you today, but I would just remark that the president has made tremendous progress on this front. And it's why it's so crucial that we not only secure the borders, which the president did in record time. We have zero illegal aliens entering into the country month after month, but we also are taking a look at those who are already in the interior of our country and removing them if they are here illegally, and also taking a look at these visas. Again, having a visa in the United States is not a right, it is a privilege. And the Secretary of State, if you are deemed contrary to our country's foreign national interests, has the right to revoke that privilege. Thank you. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Excuse me. Regarding Venezuela, the president said yesterday that Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, that reported second strike on an alleged drug vote on September 2nd, the secretary said to the president that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted you to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike. He just said U.S. operations in the area were lawful, and he said that the story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen, and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true, Abe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would just add one more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes are taking place. Because this administration has designated these narco-terrorists as foreign terrorist organizations. The president has a right to take them out if they are threatening the United States of America and if they are bringing illegal narcotics that are killing our citizens at a record rate, which is what they are doing. And under the previous administration, there was enough fentanyl trafficked into our country to kill every American man, woman, and child many times over. And so that's why you've seen a drastic difference in this administration's policy with respect to the last, and it's one of the many reasons the American public reelected this president and support this Secretary of War in conducting these strikes.
So to be clear, to clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave that order for a second strike.
And he was well within his authority to do so.
And a separate question, the president several days ago said it was his intention to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was a convicted drug trafficker. And yesterday on Air Force One, the president said that if someone sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life. How is that different than what the administration is accusing Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro of?
You're cherry-picking the president's statement a little bit yesterday, as he also said yesterday the people of Honduras have highlighted to him how the former president Hernandez was set up. This was a clear Biden over prosecution. He was the president of this country. He was in the opposition party. He was opposed to the values of the previous administration, and they charged him because he was president of Honduras. There were some other egregious facts that came out during this trial, and I would encourage you to report on them. His court-appointed lawyer was only given 3 weeks to prepare for trial. He shared that his conviction was lawfare by the leftist party, who, quote, struck a deal with the Biden-Harris administration. Hernandez has highlighted there was virtually no independent evidence presented, and many of his conviction was based on testimony from many admitted criminals who hoped that cooperating would reduce their own penalties. So the president heard the concerns from many people, as he does, and he's, of course, within his constitutional authority to sign clemency for whomever he deems worthy of that. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Following up on Gabe's question, you said that the follow-up strike was lawful. What law is it that allows no survivors?
The strike conducted on September 2nd was conducted in self-defense to protect Americans in vital United States interests. The strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict.
On this pardon for the Honduran president, does it at all undercut the administration's messaging while you have these congressional Republicans defending the strikes on the narco-terrorists and then a pardon for a convicted drug trafficker? Does that make it more difficult for your members to defend your administration's policy?
I don't think so, Jackie. I think that President Trump has been quite clear in his defense of the United States homeland to stop these illegal narcotics from coming to our borders, whether that's by land or by sea. And he's also made it quite clear that he wants to correct the wrongs of the weaponized Justice Department under the previous administration. And Ouija, I'll call on you because I think we're wearing matching blazers today.
I was going to
Great
compliment
minds.
yours. Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
So just to be clear, to clarify on Jackie and Gabe, did Admiral Bradley order that second strike because there were still survivors after the initial strike?
Again, as I read for you, Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law. He directed the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat of narco-terrorists to the United States was completely eliminated.
So was the initial order from Secretary Hegseth, everyone be killed, and did that come from President Trump?
I saw that quoted in a Washington Post story. I would reject that the Secretary of War ever said that. However, the president has made it quite clear that if narco-terrorists, again, are trafficking illegal drugs towards the United States, he has the authority to kill them. And that's what this administration is doing. Danny?
Follow up on the MRI, because President Trump yesterday said that he would release the results of his MRI. Is that happening right now?
It is happening right now. As part of, and this is a summary from the president's physician, and we will release it right now. I think my team has it teed up for all of you. I'll read it for you, and then you'll get it physically as well. As part of President Trump's comprehensive executive physical, advanced imaging was performed because men in his age group benefit from a thorough evaluation of cardiovascular and abdominal health. The purpose of this imaging is preventative, to identify any issues early, confirm overall health, and ensure the president maintains long-term vitality and function. President Trump's cardiovascular imaging was perfectly normal. No evidence of arterial narrowing impairing blood flow or abnormalities in the heart or major vessels. The heart chambers are normal in size, the vessel walls appear smooth and healthy, and there are no signs of inflammation or clotting. Overall, his cardiovascular system shows excellent health. His abdominal imaging is also perfectly normal. All major organs appear very healthy and well perfused. Everything evaluated is functioning within normal limits with no acute or chronic concerns. In summary, this level of detailed assessment is standard for an executive physical at President Trump's age and confirms that he remains in excellent overall health. Again, we will provide that to you. I think that's quite a bit of detail, and in the effort of transparency, the president promised it last night, and we have delivered today. So there you go. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Just going back to Venezuela, can you confirm that President Trump is going to be hosting a meeting of his national security team in the Oval Office today on Venezuela? And what are they going to discuss? Are they hoping to reach a kind of final decision on that?
Out of the effort of transparency, I will confirm that the president will be meeting with his national security team on this subject and on many matters. He meets with his national security team quite often. He's the commander-in-chief. It's part of his responsibility to ensure that peace is ongoing throughout the world. I'm definitely not going to detail the specifics of a meeting between the president and his national security team that's taking place in the Oval Office, but I'm happy to confirm that meeting is taking place for you.
Can you tell us, is there still, what's the position on whether U.S. troops on the ground is a possibility there? Is that, I know you've answered that before, but what's the current operative
in Venezuela? I think my previous answer stands. There's many options at the president's disposal that are on the table, and I'll let him speak on those. Ed.
The U.S. announced a trade framework deal with the United Kingdom on pharmaceuticals, where they will pay 25% more, and the savings theoretically will go back to American consumers. What guarantees are in that savings will in fact go back to the American consumer and not be sucked up by the company?
I'm going to be honest with you, Ed. I'll get you the answer to that question after the briefing.
So the American Rescue Plan,
sure.
Funded a number of universal income.
Kush will get you that answer, right, Kush? My trade guy over here.
The American Rescue Plan funded a number of universal basic income programs. Now Cook County, Illinois is extending that program into 2026 with $7.5 million of taxpayer money. What does the White House think about that?
I'll also get you an answer on that after the briefing.
Two for two.
Go ahead. Sure.
And then in the interest of transparency, does the White House support releasing the Department of Defense's video of those September 2nd strikes on those military boats? And also, separate topic on presidential pardon power. Why did the president commute the sentence of David Gentile recently? He was a private equity executive. He served 12 days out of a 7-year sentence. Prosecutors said he defrauded $1.6 billion with thousands of victims, including veterans, farmers, teachers. Why was he pardoned?
To your first question, that's definitely not a decision for me to make. I would defer you to the Department of War. It's also probably a decision for the president himself to make. As for your second question with respect to that pardon, he issued a commutation for Mr. Gentile, who's the former CEO and co-founder of GBP Capital Holdings. Unlike similar companies, GBP paid regular annualized distributions to its investors. In 2015, GBP disclosed to investors the possibility of using investor capital to pay some of these distributions rather than funding them from current operations. Even though this was disclosed to investors, the Biden Department of Justice claimed it was a Ponzi scheme. This claim was profoundly undercut by the fact that GBP had explicitly told investors what would happen. At trial, the government was unable to tie any supposedly fraudulent representations to Mr. Gentile. In short, again, this is another example that has been brought to the president's attention of a weaponization of justice from the previous administration, and therefore he signed this commutation.
So say that these people were defrauded.
I just read you a very detailed summary of why the commutation was made. Sure. In the middle with the red tie.
Thank you, Caroline.
Okay, Andrew, go ahead, and then you.
In wake of Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor
Go ahead
Greene's early resignation, reports last week indicated that other House Republicans might consider doing the same. Does the president have any concerns in light of those reports about other House Republicans potentially leaving early, as well as the other announced retirements that we saw in the last couple of days?
Look, I think the president maintains very good relationships with the vast majority, maybe with the exception of one or two. I think many in this room know who I'm referring to. Very good relationships with members of Capitol Hill within the Republican Party. And the president clearly is the unequivocal leader of the Republican Party. I think it was a recent CNN poll that actually showed that more than 90% of Republicans continue to support President Trump as the leader. So he maintains very good relations, as does his entire team here at the White House. And of course, we have a very slim margin in the House, and the president wants that to continue. Andrew, go ahead. Sure.
First, on the Venezuela strike, you said that second strike was in full accordance with the law of armed conflict, but the Navy's own manual of law of war says that specifically firing on survivors from a wrecked vessel is an example of a war crime that's forbidden under U.S. law and the law of armed conflict. So how was that second strike in following law of armed conflict and then second on immigration?
Again, Andrew, I would reiterate to you the strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict. And since somebody asked about Congress, and it's sort of related to Venezuela, I also want to add that Secretary Hegseth spoke with members of Congress who may have expressed some concerns over the weekend. And there have also been 13 bipartisan briefings to Congress on the Venezuelan strikes. There have been a number of document reviews for members of Congress to review the classified DOJ Office of Legal Counsel opinion and other related documents. 29 senators and 92 representatives have reviewed those documents, which is about 2/3 of those are Democrat members, and they have been made available to all 100 senators, all 435 members of the House, and to general counsels of the relevant committees on a bipartisan basis for their review.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt continuing to take questions from reporters at the White House press briefing this afternoon. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be back at the top of the hour at 2 o'clock. We're going to welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live, and we will continue to track a lot of news and sports developments this afternoon here on Fox Local and on YouTube. So keep it right here. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with more.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We appreciate you joining us here on this Monday after Thanksgiving. Hope you had the chance to rest and reset, maybe spend some good quality time with family, friends, or other loved ones, and we appreciate you getting back into the swing of things here today. It has been a busy last 3 hours of live streaming on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a busy hour ahead of us, so I want to let you know a little bit of what we are expecting. Later in the hour, we're going to check in with Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp, who is going to join us live from Gainesville ahead of the introduction of the new University of Florida head football coach, John Sumrall. He has been the head coach at Tulane and is now being hired to take over the Gators. So we will talk with Jonah about that and expect to hear from the head coach around 3:45, so that you will be able to watch here on Fox Local. That is just one of many things we are tracking this afternoon. Let me also give you a live look inside an Orange County courtroom where an evidentiary hearing is going on for death row inmate Tommy Zeigler. This is an investigator on the stand right now who has been on the stand for quite a while today. Let me give you a look at the mugshot of Tommy Zeigler. He is now 80 years old and is the longest serving death row inmate in the state of Florida. He was just 30 years old at the time of a killing that ended him being convicted in the deaths of 4 people. It was a shooting that happened on Christmas Eve at his family's furniture store on Dillard Street in Winter Garden. His wife, in-laws, and a customer were all killed. He has long maintained his innocence, arguing that he walked in on a robbery, and he and his defense team believes that a new DNA testing shows that he is innocent. Prosecutors dispute that. So that hearing going on this week, really essentially his last chance at freedom. Now, Fox 35's Matt Trezza has been inside the courtroom all day. He is inside the courtroom again right now. But they just started back up with their afternoon session after a break for lunch. And during that lunch break, I had the chance to talk with Matt about what's been going on in court today. He talks about the demeanor of Tommy Zeigler and a number of other things that we need to keep an eye on as this hearing moves forward.
Sure. Well, getting up to speed is kind of the name of it. It started out in the morning before lunch with an opening statement by the defense team and an opening statement by the prosecutors, getting everybody up to speed as to where we are so far and talking about the new evidence that the defense wants to present in this case. So essentially, this goes back to 1975. Tommy Zeigler owned a furniture store in Winter Garden, and he had a number of men who were also working for him at that furniture store, was well known in the community. And what we understand happened in that case was that he called a friend who happened to be the police chief of Winter Garden at the time and said that he'd been shot. Well, when police got over there to the furniture store, what they found was Tommy Zeigler shot and 4 people dead, including his wife, her parents, and another man. And now what the defense has contended is that that other man who was found shot at the furniture store was the person who killed Ziegler's wife, parents-in-law, and then shot Ziegler. The prosecutor said Ziegler was the one who attacked and did the killing. He was convicted of this and has been on death row for the last 50 some odd years. He's around 80 years old now. He was up in that courtroom. He had an oxygen mask hooked up to him. He appeared to be very frail, very weak health. In fact, I found the temperature very comfortable in the courtroom, but his defense attorney said that he was complaining that it was cold. They ended up bringing him a jacket from downstairs to put on during the hearing. Now, what the defense is contending is that there is new evidence, DNA evidence, found on blood samples that were found at the scene at the time. They've been retested. And the next thing, aside from the 2 opening statements that they did this morning, was they started questioning their first witness in the case, a forensic investigator who's a blood spatter expert, talking about blood spatter particles that were found at the scene. They also showed during the prosecutor's opening statement some grisly photos of the bodies of of the victims, bringing everybody back to the original crime scene in a very graphic way. Again, talking about the blood spatter, from whom it came, and where things kind of go from here. But again, the whole point is to introduce this new DNA evidence in the case in the hopes of many, many decades later reopening it.
And Matt, in those opening statements, we heard different characterizations of what that DNA evidence kind of means from the defense and from the prosecution. So what's the argument here?
Yeah, well, the prosecutors are saying, like, let's take a look, both sides take a look at this evidence. The prosecutors are saying, regardless of any new evidence that may come out for this, it will only serve to bolster and even perhaps strengthen our case, and that the original contention or the original conviction should be upheld, that it won't make any difference. What the defense is saying is that this will prove to them, to a jury, that it is the other man who was found at the scene, whose body was found. He was the one who struggled with Tommy Zeigler, and they shot at each other. Zeigler admitted that was armed during this encounter, but there were other guns that were also on the premises. And so what the defense is hoping to prove is that this new DNA evidence will more conclusively prove whose blood was whose and help them reconstruct kind of a more accurate take about what happened that day.
Matt, you talked about the demeanor of Tommy Zeigler in the courtroom, who is now 80 years old, as you mentioned, appeared to be very frail. I'm curious if there are any family members or anyone in the gallery.
Yes. Many family members, many supporters of his. And it looks like even perhaps an independent production company here also along with them, interviewing family members like taking this one particular gentleman out into the hall, talking with him at various points. Nobody has said anything at this point. Perhaps after the hearing wraps up for today, one or two of them may speak with us, but they are there in the courtroom and they are standing by him.
He's been on death row now for 50 years, the longest-serving death row inmate in Florida. And this is a hearing that, if I'm understanding this correctly, could take up to a week.
Yes, that's right. It's definitely going to go the next several days. It almost seems the length of some trials. But again, there's a lot of evidence to take a look at. From what we understand is this is going to be very, very technical stuff that they discuss, or almost as sometimes we call it a battle of the experts. They're going to be blood spatter experts, forensic experts, DNA experts, crime scene reconstruction experts, all who are trying to come up with a new and convincing narrative for the judge. And it's really the judge that needs to make this decision. Judge Letitia Marquez, long-serving Orange County judge here, highly respected. And so it's going to be up to her to take a look at everything that's laid out over the course of these several days, however long it takes, probably throughout the week, and make the determination as to whether or not Tommy Zeigler deserves a new trial here.
Fox 35's Matt Trezza, we appreciate you joining us and giving us an update from what's been going on in the courtroom there today. And now let's give you another live look. This is one of those experts that Matt was just talking about. In fact, let's go ahead and listen in for a minute here just to give you a bit of a flavor of some of the testimony that we are hearing from these investigators and these experts who are testifying during this trial. And this is the first witness who has been called and has been on the stand for a couple of hours now in total here today. Let's go ahead and listen in.
But you don't know it was torn in a struggle, did you?
I do not.
For example, it could have been torn at any point prior to a struggle happening in the store on December 24th, 1975, right?
That may be true.
Could have even been torn after the crime we're here for happened, right?
I don't know.
And if you were doing something like a crime reconstruction, you'd be looking for evidence to see if you can validate whether it was torn during a struggle or it wasn't, right?
Potentially.
And that's something that you would look at things like scene photographs for, right?
Yes.
You would even look at maybe that's a situation where witness testimony might be useful, right?
Possibly.
And you could at the very least look at witness testimony and say, hey, this is consistent or not consistent, right?
Correct.
But you wouldn't just rely on it because a witness said it, therefore it must be true and consistent, right?
Absolutely.
So you need other evidence to back it up, preferably forensic evidence to confirm what the witness is saying, right?
That would be correct.
And in this situation, it might be out there, but you don't know because you just weren't asked to do a scene reconstruction, right?
I was not.
Okay. Now, I want to bug you a lot about various shoes and what you looked at for shoes. I want to start with item 34.
That is the prosecutor appearing to cross-examine this expert who has been called to the stand, or at least pointing out, maybe not necessarily cross-examine the word I'm looking for, but kind of pointing out the limitations of some of his work in looking into these things. So we are continuing to monitor that hearing. We'll get you back inside the courtroom if we need to today. We're also going to be monitoring it throughout the week on Fox 35 News Plus, so you can join us for more coverage of that as it continues tomorrow as well, because as we were just talking about with Matt, it is expected to go through the end of the week. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we've got a lot to get to, so keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube, and also on Fox 35 TV. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area on this Monday, and want to check in with Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live from the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom this afternoon. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to begin today in Polk County, where a family had a lot to be grateful for this Thanksgiving after 4 generations were rescued after they were seen clinging to their capsized boat, and they were clinging to that capsized boat last week for about 20 hours. All 4 generations of the Woods Harding families returned to church yesterday. Pastor Dennis Woods, his son-in-law Chris Harding Sr., his grandson Chris Harding Jr., and his 90-year-old father Clarence Clarence Woods all returned to their Auburndale church, where Dennis Woods leads the congregation. That service turned into an emotional homecoming filled with music, prayers, and tears of relief. The men shared that a combination of their faith and determination kept them afloat after losing all communication at sea. Now, these 4 men all went on a fishing trip last Monday to celebrate Pastor Woods' birthday. He joked that someone actually sang happy birthday to him while they were on top of that submerged boat. Now, according to family members, including the pastor's sister, Darlene Lott, the boat had recently undergone repairs, and that's something that worried her from the start. When the men didn't return after sunset last Monday, Lott contacted the Coast Guard. By that time, the boat had flipped at roughly 21 miles off of Clearwater's coast, leaving the group clinging to the overturned vessel in the dark. Now, those 4 men also described seeing a cloud shaped like an angel overhead, and that's something that they interpreted as a sign that they were not alone. Now, the oldest member of that group, Clarence Woods, he was released from the hospital on Saturday and is now recovering at home. Church members say the family plans to focus on rest and gratitude as they move forward. Garrett?
Gosh, well, they certainly deserve the rest and certainly have a lot to be grateful for. You know, you talked about the emotions in that service. You can only imagine after everything they went to be able to be home for Thanksgiving and experience that.
Yes, absolutely. It was definitely emotional for them. And as I mentioned, the oldest member of that group, who was 90, he was released from the hospital on Saturday. So the entire family is just so grateful that all of these men survived. Again, they were clinging to that overturned boat for about 20 hours after the capsized during their fishing trip last Monday. And that fishing trip was meant to celebrate the pastor's birthday. So it definitely had a happy ending for everyone and something that they're all grateful for this holiday season.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Coming off this holiday weekend, a fun event. A lot of people checking out standing ovations in Treasure Island.
Yes, that's right. The island's signature sand sculpting event wrapped up its final encore weekend yesterday, marking a successful return after last year's storms forced the event to entirely be canceled. For several weekends, thousands of visitors filled the beach to see towering 3D sand sculptures, browse nearly 100 vendors, enjoy live music, grab food from local stands, and watch day and nighttime kite shows. Organizers say this year's festival became about more than just art. It became a moment of healing and reconnection for a community still working to rebuild. Co-creators and internationally recognized sand sculptors Meredith Corson Doubleday and her husband Dan said the turnout was emotional after so many residents, including themselves, were displaced by last year's hurricanes. Now, although the festival has ended, the sculptures will remain on display and lit up at night through the first week in January. After that, they will be broken down and naturally reintegrated into the beach as part of a renourishment process. Now, organizers say they're already looking forward to planning next year's event with hopes that Treasure Island's ongoing recovery will allow the festival to return even bigger. Garrett?
Absolutely incredible artwork, Nancy. It blows my mind.
Yeah, no, it is absolutely amazing what these sand sculptors can do and make these sand sculptures come to life. I mean, they're huge, they're massive, they're 3D, they're absolutely amazing. And if it's something that you haven't had a chance to see, it's definitely worth the drive over to Treasure Island to check them out.
Oh, gosh, just the patience to make something like that. I don't think I even have that.
I know. I definitely do not have the patience to sit there and make those sand sculptures. I didn't make it out to this year's event, but I have gone in the past, and it is absolutely incredible to watch these artists just work piece by piece on these sand sculptures. It does take an incredible amount of patience and attention to detail.
Yeah, I can imagine so. And finally, here in our Tampa connection, someone getting in the holiday spirit already.
Yes, this has actually been the top story on our website all morning. Michael Lemick has installed about 37,000 lights on his 5-acre property off of Kilpatrick Road. That's in Nokomis, and he's opened it up to the public Friday through Sundays. He said the spirit of Christmas has been in his heart since he was a child, and he created this to give kids something to do that didn't involve a screen. Now, in addition to the lights, he has set up a nonprofit petting zoo that's filled with donkeys, ducks, pigs, goats, and and even Scottish Highland cows. The gates are open Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights from 5 until 10 p.m. Santa, he will be back on December 19th from 6 until 10 p.m. to visit with the children. Now, this is entirely free. There is no admission fee required, but Lemick is asking visitors to consider making a donation for his nonprofit petting zoo. Garrett?
How cool is that? Love that. He has certainly gone all out, and there is no doubt that there's a lot of folks going to be enjoying that this holiday season.
Yeah, he definitely went all out. The lights are spectacular. And again, if your children are looking to visit with Santa Claus, Santa will be back at Lemick's house on December 19th from 6 until 10 p.m.
All right, certainly good to know. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa connection.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. Going to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer. And TJ, we're talking about Christmas. It is the first day of meteorological winter.
It is.
Certainly doesn't feel like it here, but you know what? Hey.
Some parts of the country, it certainly does.
We see snow on that map. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. I had temperatures in the 20s and 30s in North Carolina where I was over Thanksgiving, and that was more than enough for me. No snow, but those cold temperatures. I told Brooks earlier when I stepped off the plane back here in Florida, it was just like a sense of relief. I was just like, this is more like it.
This is what I'm used to. I was going to ask you how it felt up there and if you were ready to get back to the sunshine and the warmth.
Enjoyed the visit with my in-laws and got to see a lot of my nieces and nephews. But
I love it.
Was definitely glad to get back to the warmer weather. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I feel like yesterday, I mean, it felt like springtime out and about.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. And today, it's kind of gray here, but it's still warm out there. But another system, it's been active. Another system is already developing, and this one's going to bring more snow to some of the country, especially the interior, mid-Atlantic and northeast. So we'll talk a little more about that. If anyone is traveling, we're still kind of in the peak, so to speak, or the latter half of this Thanksgiving travel season. But right now, it's kind of gloomy. Not looking too bad if you have to travel on the roads here around Central Florida. Just not the prettiest day. There is a frontal boundary draped across the area, and with that, we could see a spotty sprinkle or two. Now, this cold front really isn't going to usher in any cool air. It's going to push back to the north as more of a warm front as we step into our Tuesday, and that system that's out to our west now, that's going to be the one that brings the potential for some showers, maybe a crack of thunder or two as we get into our Tuesday midday and afternoon. But that system continues to develop snow across places like Kansas, around Wichita, into the Ozarks, up towards St. Louis, and then eventually that system spreads more snow into the mid-Atlantic and northeast. If you have travel plans, certainly something to think about. Tonight, 60s, mild. It's not going to be all that cool really at all, well above normal. And then tomorrow we're tracking that potential for some showers and thunderstorms with temperatures in the upper 70s and lower 80s. It's not going to be a washout, but certainly the potential for a couple of showers as this swings on through. Hit or miss in nature. We need the rain, which is some good news, but it should be out of here by late afternoon. Dinner time Tuesday looking drier, cooler, and then this system really going to start to ramp up, and it's looking like I mean, maybe not quite a foot of snow, Garrett, but it looks like, places like far southern PA, northbound up into upstate New York, and essentially New England as a whole looks like there could be some spots that at least pick up around a half a foot, if not maybe 8-ish, 10 inches or so. So it's been like I would say like a 1, 2, 3 punch. There's been a storm after storm after storm. So
yeah, that is a rude awakening for already into winter.
Yeah,
for a lot of these places that you don't always have it like this early in the season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I feel like people probably are thinking, gosh, it's Thanksgiving week, we had a storm, then another one came, now this one, it's like, we're not ready for this yet. We're not ready for the snow and this amped up cold just yet.
No way. No way. My goodness. Well, as long as the snow is staying out of here.
It's looking that way. Yeah, definitely cooler by midweek, probably highs in the upper 60s and 70s, lower 70s, probably lows. Upper 40s, low 50s, so little cool down, and then it looks like another big boost of temperatures as we head closer to the weekend. So.
Back on that the temperature seesaw.
Yeah.
Here in Central Florida.
Weather whiplash.
Yep. That too. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us for our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Mount Dora police say they have recovered more than 30 handicap placards that they say drivers were using illegally and improperly. It's something that we hear about happening from time to time, and especially prevalent this time of year when we know a lot of people are going to be out shopping. We hear from folks who need these placards and need these parking spots, handicapped parking spots at shops, that there are often people parking in them that don't need to be. And police in Mount Dora say this is evidence of that. They conducted what they call a handicap placard enforcement detail that was designed to protect those parking spots for those who need them. And earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus, had the chance to speak with a couple of those officers who conducted that operation, Officers Keith Vidler and Ariel D'Angelillo with the Mount Dora Police Department, who talked about how they did this, what they want people to know, and why they believe this is such a serious offense. So first, just talk to us a little bit about this handicap placard enforcement detail and what all went into it, and kind of how that operation went down.
Of course. So we're with the traffic unit. I'm Officer D'Angelo. This is Keith Vidler. The purpose of the detail was to enforce a historically issue that people face during the holidays, which is the abuse of the handicap spot. So people are parking there when they do not have the placard assigned to them to park in that space.
And why is that so serious? Why is that such a problem?
It's a problem because it's actually a criminal offense. Per Florida state statute, we were actually handing out a piece of paper that went into detail of the seriousness of the offense, which they could have been arrested and taken to jail. But during this detail, we actually charged them with not having a placard assigned to them, which was not arrestable.
Are people aware that it is so serious, that it is an arrestable offense like that, or what do they tell you when you kind of confront them on this?
I would say the average person was not informed on the seriousness of the action of using somebody else's placard. That's why the pamphlet and informing the public was a priority.
And so with an operation like this, I know he says, 80 traffic stops, 30 handicap placards recovered. Just kind of walk me through what this operation looked like when you were out at these locations, and kind of how it worked.
Yeah, so it was actually, we had over 70 plus citations issued for each stop. So we did 80 stops, over 70 plus citations issued. Some people had disabled veteran parking tags on the cars, so we couldn't seize the tag. So when you approach somebody, you would simply ask them, who does this handicap placard belong to? On the placard, there is a sticker with your driver's license, and as well as the date of birth of the person it's assigned to. So essentially, we have to determine, is this placard assigned to that person?
And it seems like what you found is that this is pretty widespread. It seems that it is being used in ways that they're not always supposed to be.
Correct. I would say that the average person thinks that the placard is assigned to the car, which is not the case. That was something that I had to explain to several people, is that this placard is specifically assigned to that person with their specific disability.
So you went to Walmart and Target. Are these areas that you commonly see this happening throughout the year?
It occurs all over. It occurs at your normal convenience store. It occurs at pretty much anywhere there's a handicapped parking spot. The reason we were at Target and Walmart was because that was the largest number of disability parking spots. And due to the holidays, we knew there was going to be a large number of people coming to those locations. So we picked those two areas because of the volume that was going to be there.
You also talk about this being something that is, especially this time of year, holiday shopping. And is this something that you typically see an increase in this type of year? Do you have, is this something that you do often, that you have kind of numbers to compare?
Well, for the city of Mount Dora, the traffic unit was recently established. So as part of our mission, we're here to make Mount Dora a safer place. So the handicap detail was basically the stepping stone into future operations such as this.
And what is your message to people about why this is something they should not do?
Everybody has some sort of a disability. It doesn't give you the right to, lie and try to portray it as your own. So we just recommend people, if you do have a disability, just do the proper steps, go to the DMV, get that placard, get it assigned to you.
Is this something that people can file a complaint over or reach out if they believe that someone is using one of these placards illegally?
We actually have to physically see it being used. It has to occur in our presence. So the stores can call us and file a complaint saying, hey, we believe our handicap spots are being unlawfully used. Can you guys come and enforce it? And we will. But we actually have to physically see it being abused.
We have also heard and seen some reports that people will sell some of these placards online. Is that something that y'all see as a way, just another way that these are abused?
I personally haven't seen that. We have, matter of fact, Officer Ariel here uncovered where they were selling fake insurance cards and fake temp tags. She did a great traffic stop and uncovered fraud there, and it was turned over to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and they investigated it and uncovered the people that were doing that. So I'm sure this is another area that they need to look at.
And so I would imagine, like you said, with the recently created traffic enforcement unit there, this is just the beginning of some of what y'all are going to be looking into. What do you want people in Mount Dora to know?
I would want the people to know that we're out here making a difference. We're thinking about how to make the city a better place as it is growing. That's the whole mission of the traffic unit, is to identify areas of concern that, can be improved.
Did it shock or surprise you at all to see some of the numbers that you did, that you got once you started conducting this operation?
Yes, it was astounding to see how many people were actually abusing it. And it's just a good feeling to know that we're out there making a difference. And
what is your message? I know you said part of this is education, making sure people know how serious this is and why you're doing what you're doing. What was your message, and what did you tell people? We were just out there educating people. The citation is the repercussion of their actions. And that's something that we like to hit home to people, is that the citation is going to change the bad behavior. So, although we are issuing a citation, it's in hopes of correcting the actions.
And just to let you know, the parking citation is a $183 fine. We could have handled it three ways. One, we could have physically arrested the person. We could have issued them a citation under the city ordinance, which was a $250 fine. Or we just issued the cheapest route, was a $183 fine for not having a placard. Because, we figured it was more educational and a fine, and that was the cheapest way to go, and without arresting somebody.
$183, still a pretty substantial fine, though. You think that gets the message across?
We hope it does.
Will you be conducting more of these operations throughout the holiday season?
Yes, that is the goal. That's the plan. We want to get more police departments involved, mutual aid, other officers that are interested in helping out.
And I would imagine this is something that folks in Mount Dora who need these placards, who use these, who need those parking spots open. I would imagine this is something they are grateful to see from you.
Yeah, we had a lot of positive feedback when we were out there. People were coming up to us and they realized what we were doing, and they realized that, wow, these people are identifying a problem that, really impacts us on a day-to-day basis. So it was a really good time to see people coming up to us.
That was Mount Dora Police. I want to give you a live look right now inside this Orange County courtroom where the evidentiary hearing for Tommy Zeigler is continuing. We now have a new witness on the stand this afternoon. So that is what is happening right now. This other investigator and expert just stepped up to the stand just a moment ago. So we'll keep monitoring this hearing and check in on that in a little bit. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to give you a live look at John Sumrall, who is the head coach of Tulane, and right now not wearing the colors of Tulane because he is the new head coach of the Florida Gators. You see him wearing an orange tie there. He is set to be introduced in about an hour or so as the new head coach of the Florida Gators. He's expected to speak to reporters in Gainesville at that news conference. We'll have it for you live coming up on Fox Local. But he is speaking right now because he is continuing to coach Tulane through their rest of their season and bowl game. They'll be playing in their conference championship next week, and he's speaking with reporters as a part of that news conference right now, and was just asked about his commitment to see this through, the rest of the season through with Tulane. So let's go ahead and just listen in for a second here as he continues to speak.
You know, everything we do in our program is player-driven. It's not about me. Never has been, never will be. And Tulane football is bigger than a head coach. It's bigger than Willie Fritz. It's bigger than me, and it's bigger than who the next guy will be. All right? And so it's player-driven. It's about the players. And I couldn't be more thrilled to get a chance to coach these guys in a conference championship game and see them pursue something that's very special.
And when you look at this conference and you look at the fact that not just yourself, but also Eric Morris, Alex Golish, moving forward, and Ryan Silverfield, we've seen coaches through the American go to the autonomy conferences. What does it say about the level of talent of the coaches here and about the pedigree of coaches and programs that the SEC, the Big 12, the Big 10, and the ACC are constantly looking at the American?
Let's start with this. Like, coaches get a lot of recognition when things go good and a lot of blame when it goes bad, and deservedly so on both. But anytime a coach is positioned to maybe move on to a job that they feel like is an opportunity they can't turn down, it's usually because a lot of people have pulled the rope the same direction to help create success. And it starts with players. You got to have great players, man. I'm a really good coach when we have good players, and we don't have very good players, I'm not a very good coach. So pretty simple. And so it's all about the people that have been around me to create success. It's my job to maybe get the right people on the bus. And we've been fortunate to do that at Tulane. We've had a ton of roster turnover. We've got 60 new players on this year's team. And that's the world we live in now. There are a lot of good coaches in this league, but the attention that coaches get as a head coach has got a lot to do. You just named off, I think, 4 names. There's 1,000 people in each program that have something to do with those people's opportunities.
Thank you, Coach. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, next question will be Mark Narducci.
Coach, I asked Coach Morris this too.
That is John Sumrall, who is finishing out the season with Tulane. They will host North Texas December 5th, coming up in the American Conference Championship game. And John Sumrall talking about that just about an hour until he is introduced as the new head coach of the Florida Gators. And you can see some of that blue and orange that he has on ahead of that introductory press conference. Again, we will have more coverage of that coming up for you. We will be live streaming that coming up in about an hour on Fox Local. And in fact, in just a few minutes, we're going to check in with Fox 35's Jonah Karp, who is in Gainesville, going to be attending that news conference. We'll talk with him about the coaching search, what this hiring means, what to expect, and all that kind of stuff. So that's coming up in just a few minutes, a little bit later here on Florida Live. Right now, I want to bring you an update on a shooting that happened early this morning in DeLand, where we know a person is in custody after being shot during a suspected home invasion. So you're going to hear the details from DeLand police here, but essentially they say someone attempted a home invasion and was shot by a homeowner in DeLand. Here is what DeLand police said about this case in a news conference that we brought you live on Fox 35 News Plus just a little bit ago.
I want to begin by emphasizing that this information is preliminary, as I said, and is subject to change as the investigation continues. This morning, about approximately 8:15, that's Monday morning, December the 1st, a police officer responded to a residence in the 100 block of East Boreas Avenue in reference to a reported home invasion. According to the information we have, a male subject arrived at the back door of the residence. A female occupant went to the door after hearing a knock and initially believed that it might be a delivery based on what she observed. When she opened the door, the male subject forced his way inside of the residence, brandishing a firearm. Inside the home, there was another adult male, and that person is believed to be the female's husband. He immediately recognized the threat as the subject forced his way in the home, brandishing a gun. The husband retrieved the firearm and gave multiple orders for the intruder to drop his weapon. The intruder refused. The husband fired a single round, striking the intruder in the chest. It appears that it went through and through, but we'll determine that as we go through the surgical procedures with him. The intruder fled the residence after being shot and ran toward the wooded area near Hubbard Avenue. So that's a few blocks over. Responding officers located the subject in the wooded area. He was alive but suffering from a gunshot wound. He was airlifted to Halifax Hospital, where he is currently at this moment undergoing medical procedures. Our detectives are continuing to process the scene, interview witnesses, and gather additional evidence. So, based on some preliminary statements that we gathered, the intruder is believed to have had a prior relationship with the female inside the residence. She reported that the subject had been stalking her, and the family believed it was only a matter of time before he attempted to confront her. Situations involving domestic violence, stalking, or prior abuse are extremely dangerous and unpredictable. We want to remind the community, no one has to tolerate threatening or abusive behavior. And we have resources available, and law enforcement will always respond. So anyone experiencing domestic violence can reach out to us, and we'll direct them to the appropriate resources. Now again, This investigation is active, it's still ongoing. Detectives are working to confirm all of the details, including the history between the parties that are involved. At this stage, no charges or determinations regarding criminality has been finalized, but I can give you some preliminary charges that we are looking at as far as the subject is concerned. We believe this was an isolated incident connected to a domestic violence history, and there is no ongoing threat to the public. And I want to thank our officers, detectives, and partner agencies, the Volusia Sheriff's Office, for their quick response and professionalism. We believe we will provide updates as more verified information becomes available, and I can take a few questions if you have any. Yes, sir.
Are you at liberty to name the alleged home invader?
So right now, I don't want to name them at this point in the investigation, but that information will be out pretty soon. I didn't go over the charges, but I will do that. What we are looking at is burglary of an occupied dwelling while armed, aggravated assault with a firearm ×3, and I say that because there were 3 people in the home. There was a small child, there was an adult male, and an adult female. Destruction of evidence, we believe that the suspect threw away the weapon that he used as he fled the location. We have made some discoveries of some evidence that could be the case. However, we have not confirmed or corroborated whether that was the suspect was in possession of that or not. Wearing a mask during the commission of a felony, and additional charges may be pending.
So did you recover?
That's DeLand Police speaking just a little bit ago, giving an update about a suspected home intruder shot during an alleged home invasion in DeLand. We'll continue to keep an eye on that story for updates. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we still have more to get to, so keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Live look right now, University of Florida, Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, the Swamp in Gainesville. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It is a big day for the Florida Gators, getting ready to introduce their new head football coach, John Sumrall. Let me bring in Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp, who joins me live right now from Gainesville, where we expect that introductory news conference, to begin a little less than an hour from now. And Jonah, good afternoon. It was today really the start of a new era for the Florida Gators football program.
Good afternoon, Gary. Yeah, an exciting day here in Gainesville. This is going to be a lot of fun. You know, Scott Strickland's going to talk. John Sumrall, of course, is going to talk. And it just feels like this is a new era that's being ushered in. Look, these Florida fans have had to endure a lot over the last few years under Billy Napier, and they're ready. They're ready for a new era, and hopefully John Sumrall can bring that. And he has the pedigree to do so. He's one of the winningest coaches in terms of winning percentage in college football since he arrived on the scene as a head coach 4 years ago. So he has the pedigree, and now he comes in as a guy who can hopefully lead these Florida Gators back to the promised land.
We know that we are seeing some concern in segments of the fan base, you know, with concern about his kind of background being very similar to that of Billy Napier, and obviously we know how that didn't quite work out. Also, this comes, we know that that Florida was hoping to get Lane Kiffin, and that didn't work out either. So what do you think should be the mindset going into this, or anything to kind of calm some of those nerves that we're seeing from some segments of the Florida Gators fan base?
I mean, look, like Lane Kiffin, Garrett, Florida is getting a guy in John Sumrall who's a proven winner. Yeah, the sample size is small, and he hasn't coached at the SEC level. He's coached at Troy and Tulane, two schools noticeably smaller than a Florida. But he's won everywhere he's been. In the last 4 years, he's been to the conference championship game all 4 years. Yeah, it's been widely reported that Lane Kiffin was the #1 choice, and that after he shrunk his decision between Ole Miss and LSU, ultimately bolted for LSU, that's when Florida pivoted to John Sumrall. But even though the sample size is small, it doesn't mean that Sumrall isn't the guy. He just needs a chance to prove himself, and he's done that every opportunity he's gotten.
What do you think a decision like this means for some of the players on this current UF roster, including quarterback DJ Lagway?
Well, I mean, it remains to be seen, and I'm sure Sumrall's going to be answering a lot of those questions, those personnel questions today. So I'm eager to see what he has to say. But whenever you get a new era, of course, you're going to have players who choose to buy in, players who choose to leave. And, I mean, these Florida players, especially the younger ones, they want to win, of course. So here's a guy who's coming in with a winning pedigree, somebody who has something to prove, and he's going to have winning on the top of his mind immediately. So I would imagine there are going to be a lot of Florida players who are very excited about this change. And, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what comes in the next few weeks/months.
What do you think should be top of the list for this incoming staff and a new head coach, John Sumrall, to kind of right the ship there in Gainesville and get what is a proud program back on track? What do you think are some of the main things that need to happen?
Well, the first thing I'm wondering is how he's going to build the coaching staff. Of course, one of the reasons Billy Napier was fired was that he wouldn't relinquish play calling duties. I saw a video of John Sumrall talking about how he builds coaching staffs and saying that he doesn't like to hire his friends, which I thought was interesting. And he hires people who are qualified, people that he trusts, and people who he's vetted. So I'm interested to see how he builds that and then the personnel that comes along with that.
So certainly going to be interesting to see what Coach Sumrall has to say. What do you think should his message be to the fan base? I guess is kind of what I'm kind of getting at. What do you think we will hear from him today in this introductory news conference? What can we expect?
He's going to fire up the fan base. I'm pretty confident. I mean, I don't know if you watched the video of him walking off the airplane, but Billy Napier, John Sumrall, he was walking off the airplane and he did the Gator chomp. I don't know if he's going to do the Gator chop in his introductory press conference, but I bet he's going to say a lot of things that's going to fire this fan base up, and he's going to make them buy in immediately. I mean, that's a lot of what you see in these types of introductory press conferences. Sometimes you get coaches who come across as nervous, and then fans don't buy in immediately, and then you get memes online. Everything I've seen from John Summerall, he comes across as very confident. And also, I think he's going to be asked a similar question that he was asked in the Tulane press conference, which was, why are you going to continue coaching Tulane throughout the rest of the season, which was something Lane Kiffin didn't have an opportunity to do at Ole Miss when he bolted for LSU. And his answer being, you know, this is about the players, and that's the mindset both the players want to hear and the fan base wants to hear. It's not about John Summerall, it's about the organization, it's about the school, and it's about the fan base.
Yeah, I think that's something that is certainly could be reassuring to hear. And you also raise a good point just about overall the first impression and how important something like this is to kind of reassure that fan base, because it's a fan base that, you know, anytime you're going through a coaching change, has been through a lot, needs some changes, needs some of that reassurance and encouragement. So this is something just, you know, big picture here that is an important step in letting that fan base know, hey, changes are coming. We're not satisfied, and we're wanting to bring this program back to prominence where it needs to be.
For sure. You know, first impressions, though, they're not everything. I mean, you remember Liam Cohen, his first impression at the Jacksonville Jaguars introductory press conference, his Duval, which left a lot of people less than satisfied. They're not everything. Look, Liam Cohen's had a great year in his first year at Jacksonville. So at the end of the day, results speak for themselves, and this is just an opportunity for John Summerall to get in front of the cameras behind a microphone and a chance to fire a fan base up that desperately needs it.
So what you're saying is let's not have John Summerall do the Gator chomp unless he really knows what he's doing.
Well, when he was walking off the airplane, it seemed like he got it down. So maybe don't have him say Duval. Maybe that's the thing.
All right, we will see what happens in about an hour, about 45 minutes from now. Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp, we appreciate you joining us live.
Sure, thanks, Garrett.
And we will have that news conference live for you coming up on Fox Local in about 45 minutes. We are out of time here on Florida Live. We appreciate you joining us, and we will see you right back here tomorrow.